Sacred oil. Damn thing's busted again. O'Bannon, come and take a look at this. Fungus has eaten right through it. They should have been more careful. Never know what kind of shit's taken hold this far out from the main sector. We have to be careful. There are thousands, millions, thousands of millions, depending on the likes of you and me, allegedly. I mean, when was the last time you saw a Heber? Shit, when was the last time you got permission to go on leave? This whole place is falling apart. Hey, watch where you aimed that thing. You almost blinded me. I work better in this outer dark, you know that. Not me, buddy. Never liked the dark. Never have, never will. Our job's to fix things. Make clean, make clear. Not obscure. Hey, you said it yourself. It's the likes of us that keep the old vessel going. There's enough darkness outside these sturdy halls and walls and bulkheads without inviting more of it in. You sound like me da. Oh yeah? He was not comfortable with the darkness. Sounds like a sensible man. Not necessarily. I mean, he taught me a lot about the work, you know. Passed on his skills like. At least in a superficial way. What do you mean? He either taught you or he didn't. Oh, sure. But there's more to being a mechanic than fixing things. Dad worked the agri-filters, like his before him. But I always knew I'd find myself down here. Well, it's better paid and a bit more prestigious. You misunderstand me. Find myself. Well, it's always in the last place you look. Look, this leak will be here tomorrow. Just like the thousands of others that's on the list. I'm calling it a day. You should too. Night. What? Calling it a night. How would you even know whether it's one or the other down here? Gee, I'm done. You're getting on my nerves, you and your damn whistling, so fuck off. You should get some rest too. You know why I know. I see better here. I'll patch the leak. Keep working. Don't feel tired at night. Suit yourself. Garten, S. Mechanic Independent Theta class on board the vessel. Currently contracted to the 4th Outer Substern. Routine inspection and maintenance of rot, contamination, corrosion. Consulting mechanic, Gan O'Bannon. Dates... Oh, shit! Well, now we're off the record. This whole situation stinks. It stinks worse than this bend in Tunnel 7G I've set up as a bivvy. I knew when I took the gig it was going to be a bit lonely and odd, but the pay was decent, and besides, Allah wasn't going to give me a second look without a bit of bloody money to my name. I know. The old soaks warned me about the outer substerns. Someone's got to bloody do it. And I needed the money. Problem is, pretty sure it's been more than a cycle since my last packet got sent down the tube from the upstairs. I'd lay a complaint if I could just remember what day. Fuck! That time already! I'm losing myself. Overhead axon always transmits through the tunnel at whatever this time is. Sense of distance, sense of place, no sense of time. It's cold, it's dark. I don't know how O'Bannon does it. He's been here longer than me. And more concerning, he seems to like it here in the outer darkness. It's cold. It's metal rot. Can't feel my hand. I must have slipped on it funny. Wait. What the hell? Oh, what the ever-loving hell? What the fuck is this shit on my hand? Get off! God damn it, it's growing. Crawling up my arm. Feels like fucking ice and poison and... Ah! No. It's just a dream. Hard to tell these days. You're right there, mate. Think I'm done for the morning. I fixed your mistake, and more. The old vessel won't break deep on my watch. So can I crash here for a short kip? Jeez. You scared me. Yeah, don't turn on the light. Eyes are still a bit sensitive. Sure, just give me a minute to get my gear and I'll head out. Any problem areas you reckon I should take a look at this shift? Now, this whole craft is one big problem area. But as long as us mechanics keep scuttling around her veins, she'll be fine. Haber's will be fine. Right. Hey, O'Bannon, you missed any pay packets? The pneumatics at the transfer station seem to have been pretty quiet lately. Oh, don't worry about that stuff. It'll all get sorted once I ascend. You mean when you get back to the Habs? Yes. I don't recall specific when I first ran across O'Bannon. He must have started his contract just before me. And we were from different parts of the ship, so had no knowing of each other prior to working in the same sector. He's a good worker, interesting way of speaking, and seems thoughtful, mostly. Serious about his work. There's just something not quite right about the fella. Now, don't get me wrong. Independent mechanics tend to be an odd bunch. You need focus, attention to detail, while not being afraid to get mucky and... Blasted, how can a rivet this big be so damn poorly bucked? Wait. What's this lodged in the... Need to take a break. Maybe deploy the mask. Something's not right down here. My mind's starting to wander. The construction in this part of the tunnel seems different somehow. There are materials that have been out of regulation and rotation for years. The metal is pitted, corroded, almost a greeny bronze. I don't know what those old buggers who built the place were thinking. I'm glad we've updated a few things over time. Every little replacement takes a little longer. Sometimes I can swear I come back later to find things out like I left them. The old vessel's stubborn. I suppose I would be too, at her age. Garden. O'Bannon, what the hell are you doing up? Thought we'd pretty much sorted our shift arrangements. Can't sleep. And there's something you need to come and see. I can almost taste it through the mask. Copper, mildew, stale air, and... Wait, why aren't you wearing your rebreather? No time for questions, I'm fine. I've got some stims if things get dicey. I came across it last shift, but it was half the size. We need to find a way to contain it, and... We need to get word to the above decks and tell them we need support. Now, this doesn't look like a simple leak or misaligned Faustus splice that needs repairing. I never came across anything like this before. The anomalous liquid must have leaked from one of the myriad of pipes that were normally flush with the ceiling of the tunnel. A cotter pin, the work of a previous crew's sloppy, temporary measure, had come loose and now lay half submerged in the faintly hissing glop. The frayed ends, where the pipes normally connected, now hung slackly. But did one of them just twitch? There seemed to be a faint indication of organic, almost peristaltic motion. A sense of dread, greater than the general level of anxiety I'd been feeling these last few shift cycles, began to slither its way up my spine. It was then that I took a step back to properly survey the eerie scene. My attention snapped back to focus on my excitable colleague. Get back! What in the name of thermo-bloody-dynamics do you think you're doing? I think if I can get around it. You see, it's only covering half this part of the floor and ceiling of the pipe. Come on, give me a boost. Perhaps I can get a better look at the origin of this thing. No bloody way! I can barely see my hand in front of my face, let alone help you over this morass. Stay put. We'll make some sketches. Set up a silver chloride time-lapse to keep an eye on things while we're gone. Then work up a report to send back up above. No way we can fix this on our own. I need to hear what Boss CashApp has to say. More than our job's worth. All right. I suppose you're right. Let's coordinate our shifts for now. I suppose I could do with a rest. Look, my hands are shaking. You still write reports, huh? Of course. That tune. It sounds familiar. Don't recall ever hearing it on the wireless, though. It's an old song. Old as the ship itself, they say. My grandmother taught it to me. Now that's a tricky proposition. I mean, does anyone really know how many years the old girl has on her? The ship, not your grandmother. Sorry, O'Bannon. I asked one of the Tier 2s once during a hitching festival, but she said, Hush. You speak too easily and too free. Now don't tell me how to talk, you ass. Fine. I'm going to post my report, then get some shut-eye. Next cycle, maybe we'll get some answers. Garden, wake up. It's growing. Come and see. Hey, mate, your arm. Why are you hiding? What's that under your jacket? It doesn't take long to make our way back to the site. I follow O'Bannon, noticing a slight irregularity to his gait. Small damp patches left behind as he treads. Look. It's here. It's all here. I think this place is some kind of locus, some kind of node. Everything, the growing corrosion, the rust, the fungus, even barren metal can give life, give birth. Grandma might have been right. What? Look. Crystals. Growing like mushrooms, feeding where they grow. can see the spores. Like motes of glass. Don't breathe it in, you daft bugger! What the fuck's wrong with you? Let me take a look at the time lapse. Oh, no. Wait. What the hell are you? I can see. Bannon! What the fuck? Hang on, I'll try to pull you out.
Oh God, I was wrong. I was wrong.
Grab the marlin spikes. Stop thrashing. It's burning and freezing. I can't see. I could see, but now I'm blind. Why was it taken from me? Why was it? No. It just swallowed him up. That's impossible. This vessel's built of the true alloy. Nothing should fully eat through these pipes. I've got to get word to above decks. They can't ignore us anymore. Not with these collodion papers. We can fix this. Garson, my love, you're awake. I am? Be still. You've been asleep for days. Allah! I thought I might never see you again. What happened? Where's O'Bannon? What happened? Shh. He's fine. They've taken him for testing. I was so worried, darling. It had been weeks since the last communique and we'd almost given up hope. But Boss Charup decided to risk sending in a whole team. You know how things have been lately on our level. But none of us gave up hope. We knew you'd fix the problem and that you'd make it. And here you are. Can we come in? Of course. Sweetheart, look who it is. All your friends and family. We watched you grow in metal halls, and now you're standing 10 feet tall. We've watched you all your life, that's all. The engineers will never fall. Hip, hip, hooray, you've saved the day and mended that which went astray. We watch and wait and hope and pray that you will keep the dark at bay. Come on, guys, I'm not 5 years old. I can do without the nursery rhymes. What I could use is a decent drink, a chance to stretch my legs, and then some time alone. That I think we can arrange. Out, everyone. Shoo, shoo. Leave your bouquet on the bedside table. Out you go. Right. Now the unwarranted hero's welcome is out of the way. Can you tell me what happened exactly? The last thing I remember is the black stuff and O'Bannon just about to... Shh. Let's get you up first. I'm sure you'd love to stretch those gorgeous legs of yours and get a chance to see some proper light. I can't imagine what it must be like down there. I'm so lucky to have you. I can't wait until we get permission to wed. I know for sure that Boss Charup's bound to say yes after all you've managed to do. I can just see it. A hab of our own. Well, at least I should have enough saved by now that we can do right by your old man and mine. Must you always be so practical? Who's the one relying on you to help him walk right now? I'd say that makes you pretty practical. Well, at least pretty. Hey, tell you what, you lean on me and I'll lean on you. We'll lean together. Brasco! Allah! I called in at the MedSec, but was informed you had checked out. Are you sure you're in a fit condition to be discharged? Well, I just want to say how proud we all are of you, Brasco. My name's... The way you did what you did. Look, my apologies, miss, but can I drag this dashing young hero away from you for a second? Of course. Mr. Brasco, in addition to my earlier congratulations, I wanted to speak to you privately. As you may have realized, things aren't quite as ship-shape as they could be down below. I know, of course, we in Sector 7G are just an infinitesimal part of a vast, living whole, but even so, I want to take you into my confidence. You have seen, documented, and fixed things that, well, even the most senior among us, grease monkeys, might never get to see. I'm sure you will have noticed by now that, for all that we try to keep things regimented, keep the dark at bay, make sure all the habbers get to live their lives of quiet desperation, sometimes... I'm not Mr. Brasco. Oh, I know that. I'm not really Cherub. No one is. See? The figure before me extended his hand, willing me to shake it. A smile slowly spreading across his too smooth face. Why had I never noticed this before? He had an embalmed look, as if paraffin had been injected under the skin. It was shiny and poreless. Ignoring my lack of response to his overture, his other hand moved slowly, and he caressed the wrist of his outstretched arm. Then, almost tenderly, his fingers flexed, nails digging into flesh as he slowly, gently, began to tear the skin from his extended limb. A seam was revealed, and a cloudy yellow fluid flecked with soot began to leak from the wetly shining gristle beneath.
Nothing as it seems. You're only patching the leaks in the ship. Open your eyes, man. Open your eyes!
I'm not there. That wasn't real. I just slipped and fell. I am here, and this is now. I must get back to camp. I need to warn them. Garton S. Mechanic Independent. Theta class aboard the vessel. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Currently contracted out to the 4th outer substern. Routine inspection and maintenance of rot, contamination and corrosion. Consulting mechanic, Gan O'Bannon, deceased. Date unknown. The unidentifiable contamination is spreading. So far, unable to contain. Garton S. Mechanic. Urgent, urgent, urgent. I have retreated beyond initial contract area 7G. The substance continues to grow. This is the 3rd missive I have submitted via pneumatics. Fortunately, I have a good idea of additional submission stations. Garton, urgent, urgent, urgent. Substance spreading. 6th temporary campsite. Unsure of next location. Supplies holding. Bad dreams abundant. Have taken matters into my own hands and decided to initiate emergency seal of this section of the tunnel. Will face up to ramifications and impact on HABs at a later date. Please reply. God, I can hear it. Slithering down the tunnel. Carrying the bones of that poor... No one deserved to go that way. Burning, freezing, and melting all at once. His eyes almost seem to vitrify, though. Aqueous humors shouldn't react like that. How many days has it been now? Too many days down in the hole. Gotta close it off. Seal it in. Bones, corrosion, and all. If I can manually decouple this, it should... Ah! There. That's done it. Now it should be simple enough to... Hooray, you've saved the day and mended that which went astray. We watch and wait and hope and pray that you will keep the dark at bay. Bugger me. I think I'm going to put in for a new line of work after this. If I can get out. Why won't they reply? Maybe the dreams were... Shake it off, you daft bastard. We all heard the saying. There are more things between bridge and bow than are dreamt of in your philosophy. But the crystal fractures, the mold, the corrosion, the black stuff. Something's rotten in the bowels of this vast vessel. Is this thing a shell or infinite space? None of them up above really know. Not like I do. I wasn't ready. O'Bannon wasn't ready, rest his mad soul. Still, it's contained. It's over. No more mad gurgling. No more darkness. Silence. Lamplight. And the grave. What the hell? Report. Garton S. Day... another. This paper film is the precious commodity. I know not if it will reach the world above. I hear again the whistling. O'Bannon was an irritating prick. A wispy annoyance enamoured with alchemy and abstraction, jitting the clear conscience and icy intellect we engineers need to carry out our tasks. Nevertheless, strange ideas, and seem to have insight I do not possess. He is gone now, but the echo persists. Surely a particular phenomenon of the way these tunnels twist. I have no doubt that the builders, creators, originators wrought such angles intentional. Just have to keep moving. Keep the dark at bay. Repair what has gone awry. Make safe, make right for those on the higher tiers. I'll earn the right to be with Arla. It's getting cold in this section. Might be a turbine power out. Should move towards the heart of the machine. Oh, wait, what? Could have sworn this junction veered left. No matter. Rip a quick mark with the tungsten. Okay. Time to take stock. I can't believe a relief team hasn't been alerted by now. Then again, how many times has a request for more supplies been overlooked by Charap and his lot? You've food enough. You've lamp fuel enough. Aside from the rot and damp and eerie echoes, this part of the bowels is fairly known. The plan was to scour, suture, repair and replace. The old vessel goes onwards, after all. Even that feffing maniac was on board with that. Report. Garton S. Day. Dissension, inclination, declination. Who knows? So be it. Time passes, and the work continues. Incidents of high strangeness, rare now. Monotony high. I am keeping morale up as per regulations, conducting a major sweep and refit of several of the aquifer threads and trawl gaskets in this sector. I sing to myself the lays of the workman's while, and recall the faces of those above. Except, I'm not really sure anymore if... What? But surely... I thought that... Nothing. No. Nothing. No, wait. Days of darkness have rendered my eyes keen. There's something beneath skin and skein of this paper film. Spidery lines, almost glowing. This is not a regulation transmit. What is going on up above? It's a map. Coords. Must be a way out. Something. I thought I had sealed myself off from accessible exits, hence the wait for a relief crew. Light, acetylene, heavy equipment to purge the corrosion, rescue me and recover what's left, if anything, of O'Bannon. Let's get moving. How strange. The air seems fresh. The grumbles of the old vessel somehow less worrisome. Cleaner, too. Like an unclogged artery. Report, Garton S. Day... a good one. The missive from above has directed me to what can only be an exeat. This part of the sector seems to be free of the creeping degradation elsewhere encountered. Lack of branching paths and narrowing of aspect suggests capillary adjoining another great Venus causeway. I will no doubt find my way back to the upper reaches in due course, and discover the reason why earlier reports had gone unanswered, and deliver the sad news of O'Bannon's demise, though I know not if there will be aught to miss him. My apologies for the growing informality of these reports. They are my sole outlet of human expression, emotion, and tick away a sense of time in the creaking darkness. My head! No more walking and writing. How curious. The ceiling is even lower than before. This can't be a regulation width. Then again, who can say how many different creators had their hands in this place? For all I know, there could be countless sectors built with different measurement systems altogether. It was rumoured in training that... And now I'll have to kneel. Surely not too much further. The air grows cleaner. The metal smoother, the light lesser. There's fuel yet. On with the torch.
Hey, Garton. Watch out.
What? Echoes of my own voice. Must be the configuration of the tunnel. Or I'm just getting tired from all this crawling around. I should rest. Get something to eat. There's enough room to set up the stove if I just shift my body this way.
I'm not gone. I burn. I twist. I'm in the wall.
Leave me! You're dead! You...
And in meanings eons, even death mankind. Deeper, deeper, further in, boy, further into the bowels of the machine.
I will not be pursued. I have my work to complete. My mind is sound. My work is sound. Nothing I do will be undone. Stop your whistling, Spectre. You might have tried to frighten me, but you are nothing but a scattershot. I will keep you at bay by dint of my certitude.
Being, friend, meat, flesh, darling puppet, Garton. You have only to surrender to the rust and the chrome. Quit your scribbling and die. Surrender.
Never! I can't. The walls are closing around me. I've got to get in further. Escape. There's space enough. This machine, this vessel was built for humans. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Wasn't it?
squeezing through further and must escape.
Wait. The air. The fresh air. It's... No. Wait. There's something. The walls. The walls that hug me. I'm just a retina maze. I'm just blood pumping through a vein. I can't get out. I can't get out. The walls. They're breathing. The crystals, the fungus, the rotten metal and steel and... Whoa! No! It's alive! And I'll never get out. We will never get out. We're being swallowed up. Were we put here? Or did we grow here? Does this vessel harbor us? Or are we trapped here?
There is a strange and inexplicable area of our galaxy where in 300 years of human spacefaring, no one had ever returned from. The ones that have said to reach it and come back to tell the tale were later revealed as frauds, and their claims were disproven by the Earth's Cosmological Committee, a scientific institution in charge of overseeing all matters regarding space exploration and travel. Some called this part of the galaxy a portal. Others thought of it as a wormhole, but no one really seemed to understand the discrete aspect of its nature, since the tools available for researching it were not developed with its essence in mind. Whatever that place was, and probably still is, whether an anomaly, a mysterious or magical portal, or simply a rare occurrence in the cosmos, and reality itself, the only way to find out for certain was to go over the claims of the supposed returnees and piece together a story. The most recent report from an international interplanetary vessel, the Byzantium, traveling in the vicinity of the cosmic anomaly, showed a clear indication and almost definite proof of its existence. However, this vessel had not yet returned to the Earth hub. In fact, its penultimate message to the hub was their report on the strange sighting, with the captain alluding to the idea that he might take a detour on their trip back home to make additional scans and investigate the phenomenon. He wasn't very generous with any additional information on what they had discovered up there until that point. And that left the committee stuck, awaiting their newest message to arrive since it had been scheduled for the upcoming few days. In the meantime, their main objective was sorting through endless boring documents and recordings that either revealed nothing or how little any vessel on a non-scientific mission thought of them. Namely, the best documented sightings of, and even visits to, the phenomenon came mostly from pirates, which were known to toy with Earth Hub's institutions so that the mapping of the galaxy would remain incomplete. Their reports would often make outrageous claims, supported by incredulous and ludicrous stories that couldn't be backed up in fact, or the laws of physics for that matter. However, the interplanetary pirates were sometimes much more daring to venture into unknown territories of the Milky Way that Earth Hub vessels couldn't get clearance to even approach. They were also more motivated to seek out which was peculiar and anomalous, since they knew that there was a scientific community willing to pay handsomely for information that they could not attain in any other way. When accepting or rejecting any of the pirates' claims, the committee would always be walking a tight line between truth and fiction. One such example were the statements of pirate returnees, where the one phrase could be ever present when describing or referring to the cosmic phenomenon of interest: "There be dragons." Makievka, a professor emeritus at the Central University of Earth Hub, would scoff at their nonsense and often wonder why the committee would be tasked to even take into consideration such appalling shows of disrespect towards them. However, his superior, the chairman of the committee, was a man with an open mind and an infantile disposition. No clue what was to be deemed worthless unless they could prove otherwise. Chairman Osmanli had every other member in his group angry, tired, and full of resentment, for most of them agreed with Makievka, save for one. Unfortunately for them, he wasn't a scientist, but a philosopher. Even more unfortunate for Chairman Osmanli, because the philosopher found nothing infantile in the claims of the pirates, but a dire warning about the nature of reality and the principal ways in which we humans regard it through the cosmos. Whether the pirates were joking or not, the phenomenon itself was a serious matter, Stefanovsky, the philosopher, would often comment. As it would soon be illuminated for his fellow academics, nothing in the cosmos is as simple as the difference between a joke and a warning, when you know of nothing else to compare the statements to. Interestingly, though, two interpretational tendencies were forming amongst the members of the committee regarding what the anomaly or phenomenon was. Makievka was spearheading one, and Osmanli the other. To an outsider, it might have sounded like two camps were arguing semantics, but between them, the fervor in defining the phenomenon as a portal or a wormhole was of utmost importance, and to someone getting close to the phenomenon, it would mean no damn thing. Concurrently, as the academics were presenting their ideas to one another in the comfort of a conference room, Captain Maximovich, from the Byzantion, was discovering the dreadful consequences of venturing into unknown areas of an inherently uncaring universe. When his last message to Earth's Cosmological Committee finally arrived, it was a series of inarticulate screams, with each set simultaneously uttered by what they presumed was his entire crew of 157. Later, within the historical archives of the Cosmological Library, the recording would be deemed the Hymn of Despair. To state the obvious, neither Captain Maximovich, or his ship, or his crew were ever to be seen again in the known cosmos. Though Makievka had suspected that whatever would pass through the portal once would have to return to our universe once again. To this day, no one can say for certain if his argument was valid or not. The hymn was, by all means, the fuel to Stefanovsky's fire. Since he had strayed from his contemporaries regarding the acceptance of the occult teachings of old, Stefanovsky had now found himself in the middle of an opportunity to both present and prove his ideas. Where pirates had sought rare elements to plunder from unsuspecting mining colonies and ships, he had discovered precious gems that opened the spirit to other realms. Where pirates would see profit, he would see the attainment of the highest levels of consciousness. So, it would be prudent to state that he was no foe of the pirates that issued such controversial statements as the one about the cosmic anomaly. In truth, he had even commissioned a pirate ship to fetch him that which he most desired: proof for his own fringe theory about the phenomenon. This vessel was only a few light years away from the Byzantion, and on its way to the phenomenon as well. Stefanovsky was expecting news and reports to arrive from them just days after they had received Maximovich's message. The aftermath of receiving the recording from the Byzantion was devastating for the members of the committee. While some, like Professor Makievka, kept their cool and continued hypothesizing, others were greatly haunted by it. Chairman Osmanli, particularly so, because his son was the lead scientist on that mission, and he had thought that he could almost discern his voice among the many screaming in the hymn of despair. There were no words to describe the horror of hearing your one and only child vanishing from the cosmos in one unintelligible moment, during a mission that you had helped him join. Where previously Osmanli had hope in his heart that his son would be a returnee, a hero, bringing valid news on the phenomenon, now there was sadness and grief, even despair. The chairman stepped down from his position at the Earth's Cosmological Committee and handed control over to Makievka. He wasn't as open-minded, nor as understanding as his predecessor. To the fact, Stefanovsky's ideas were all but expelled from their investigation almost immediately. Until a few days later, when the committee finally received a new message about the anomaly, sent back from the second ship that was approaching it. The tension among the scientists and academics was almost palpable. Chairman Makievka was debating if they should even accept a recording from space pirates at this stage in their investigation, considering how the stakes were raised by the Byzantion. Without Osmanli to oppose him, and with Stefanovsky having little to no power over the committee, the pirate message was deemed invalid and archived in the Cosmological Library of Earth Hub. This split the committee, sending them on an academic path that would end up changing how science and investigation were to be done at all in many institutions of the Earth Hub. Stefanovsky had lost his position on the committee. Nay, he was driven out of it because of his growing obsession with the occult, the cosmic phenomenon, and that damn pirate message that no one would let him listen to. It was said that only one person had ever heard it, the archivist, that was meant to place it in the annals of the library. After a few short days, upon hearing the recording, the archivist had dismissed himself from the living and barricaded himself in his home, never to work again, nor participate in the social life of Earth Hub in any other way whatsoever. Years, even decades, had passed after the event that had brought the committee some of its worst and most unapologetically restrictive regulations, instigated by Chairman Makievka. Academics of similar standing to Stefanovsky were not even allowed access to the many documents of the Cosmological Library, so they would be able to continue their research. This, naturally, made Stefanovsky seek out alternative ways in which he could learn of the newest messages surrounding the cosmic anomaly, called at that point simply as Sunt Dracones from the Latin, which Makievka preferred to the ancient Greek. Stefanovsky was completely consumed by the idea of the cosmic anomaly, and had even tried reaching it himself. Regardless, he had no luck in finding an interplanetary vessel, pirate or otherwise, that would be willing to take him there. Since the Byzantion event, rumors had spread about the phenomenon amongst the different space-surfing institutions of Earth Hub, and a warning was issued not to approach that part of the galaxy in any circumstance. Being inherently superstitious creatures, the space pirates operating parallel to Earth Hub's galactic programs stayed away from it, as if from hell itself. Moreover, something so awful had been relayed amongst the pirate ships via channels unbeknownst to the committee or Earth Hub, that even speaking of the anomaly had been forbidden amongst their ranks. It seemed that the pirate vessel, commissioned by Stefanovsky, had sent out another message, apart from the one received by the committee. Whether it was true or not, it had sent the ship that had attained it into complete ruin and devastation. The pirate crew on board was said to have resorted to cannibalism and ritual maiming, succumbing to an ancient belief in matters that far surpassed the limits of human understanding. Taking the situation of their fellows as a lesson, the remaining pirates even stopped sending fictitious messages on the various regions of the galaxy that they would frequent, and began diligently sharing information for the purposes of mapping out the Milky Way. Many more years since then, Stefanovsky, just at the tail end of his lifetime, managed to find out where the archivist had lived and spent his days as a recluse. To his utter surprise, the man was still alive, if what he had been doing can even be called living. desperate for answers before his own demise into the sweet embrace of the great beyond. Stefanovsky had arrived at the doorstep of the person that remained his only hope to finally attain them. The house was barricaded from the inside. No light had seen the interior of the archivist's home for decades, nor had another human being stepped through its entrance, and no word had come out of it either. Stefanovsky was pleasantly surprised when he saw the door crack open a little when he knocked. What he saw, peering at him from inside, hardly looked human anymore. Pale, decrepit, and weakly, the archivist could barely walk as he showed the philosopher inside of his foul-smelling home. He didn't speak, but simply pointed in the various directions in which Stefanovsky should move around the house. When they finally arrived at his study, the archivist sat the aging philosopher on a lever chair and pulled out a sound archiving device from his cabinets. He turned around before he would hand it over to Stefanovsky and took a long look at him from under his sunken eyes. It cannot be transcribed into words what the two men shared in that moment. One, feverishly expecting the realization of a lifelong obsession, and the other, in his final moments, the thought that another living soul would know the burden that he had been living with. The archivist placed the device on the table in front of Stefanovsky and signaled for him to wait to play the recording until he was out of the room. Left alone in almost complete darkness, Stefanovsky reached out and played the recording. After a small lag in the beginning, the gruff voice of the pirate captain filled the study completely.
Shadows and dismay. It is not one, but it is many. Not a cosmic phenomenon. Not a portal, or even a planet or star, but things of origin unknown, possessing realms unfathomable. Our cosmos hides their secret being in layers upon layers of matter. But what it is, what is it? I shudder to think. The ship is almost consumed. Bit by bit, the shadows came at it from all directions. I am in my quarters, and they are near. My crew is dead? I do not know of them anymore. I'm also dead? Am I dead? I do not know of myself anymore. Let it be known from this day onward, and heed the given warning. There be dragons of shadow and dismay, and no man should reach the threshold of their realm.
The voice had stopped, and in a few seconds, terrible screams were heard screeching from the past into the future. Where the philosopher sat on a leather chair in a stranger's home, he was unmoving and silent. Those were not the screams of the pirate crew coming from the device. Stefanovsky never left the archivist's house, and was never heard from again in all of Earth Hub, the Milky Way galaxy, or the vast reaches of the known cosmos. Chairman Makievka did not mourn his absence, and the new members of Earth's cosmological committee that had succeeded both of them never heard his name mentioned or knew that the moniker of the cosmic anomaly was devised from a warning. Hic sunt dracones.
I've just crossed into the hatch.
He called out into the static and silence, floating through into the minuscule metal cone, pulling himself in by handles to find bakelite buttons and sterile systems. clean and pristine as the day the module was launched. Pulling the door shut, he peered through the porthole above it to bear witness to the blue-green planet he called home so far below, only to be met with nothing. No stars, no sun, no light, nor discernible distance, as though the universe itself had vanished.
Yet again, there is nothing. I know this thing will run out of recording time soon. But, I'm struggling here.
Silence. Painful silence.
I just want to hear a human voice again. Somebody. Anybody. I don't care if it's English or Russian or Zulu or whatever.
He trembled in lost desperation, still staring out the porthole, hoping something would change, wishing that something would be.
Even if it's my own voice, I know it's stupid. I'm losing my mind here. I just don't want to be alone anymore.
More silence followed. That's all that was left in the empty space outside of the capsule.
I don't think anybody will find this. Hell, I know nobody will find this. But, just in case.
The recording captured the sounds of him shuffling into the seat at the control panel, followed by a long sigh.
It was in the early 21st century. Not that I have any idea what the year is now, but I don't suppose it matters. And something appeared in Earth's orbit. There were whack jobs who instantly thought aliens and took to their bunkers. People panicked, and governments tried to keep it hush-hush, as they always do. But everyone had phones, the internet. It was on the front page of every newspaper, from Washington to Wuhan.
He clicked a few buttons on the console to see if anything would change this time. Flicking switches and turning knobs didn't seem to do much of anything.
Well, it wasn't aliens. It was us. Apollo 1. There was never any fire. They lost the damn thing in space and tried to cover it up.
He gave an anxious chuckle.
After all that time, it came back. It found its way home. You'd think maybe it got more than extremely lucky and swung by a planet's orbit, or got pushed back by some magnetic force out there, or I don't know, something, but that's not it.
A deep breath, a staggered, hollow laugh.
No, I'm not going to say what brought it back, 'cause I don't know. But there's something different about it. The powers that be, the powers that were, I should say, sent me and the crew up to investigate, check for damage, and find out why it was back here, hanging in a geostationary orbit, and bring back the bodies of the crew. There should have been 3 guys in here, but it's likely they were never here in the first place. All the food is untouched. The water tank is full. Power is nominal. It doesn't even look as if it left the ground. When we made our initial approach, it was a bit dirty on the outside, kind of a rusty brown, but the inside was immaculate. I went in first to find the seats empty, and when I turned around, the door was closed. I thought it was a prank at first, that those clowns had shut me in there as a bad joke. So I tried to open the door from the inside, but there was this. Well, it was an infinity symbol, but it wasn't painted on. It It's hard to describe. It was kind of like how water refracts light, only with more depth. Like there was a whole other dimension in there. I could tell it was flat, but at the same time, it wasn't. I wish I had the words for it. Of course, I start freaking out and just rip the door open as fast as I can. I fly through the hole, and I'm back inside the pod. So I start freaking out. I can still see the other guys outside, just floating there, pointing at the pod, looking around as if they can't find me. God, it was so long ago now.
He got to his feet, hunched over, and took another look at the porthole, just in case.
Of course, they left, floated right back over to the craft and went back to Earth, without me. I tried the radio. It was the first thing I did. Houston, Pasadena, Kennedy. When they didn't reply, I tried Madrid, Sydney, Moscow.
He pushed open the hatch door again, turning the handle and pressing it open to reveal another copy of the pod on the other side. Floating through, he found the same as before, the same as every time, with the door already closed behind him as though he'd never opened it in the first place. He spun back around, already resigned to the fact that it would be shut tight.
I didn't get a reply, just static. As time went on, I tried every frequency, and I mean every frequency. Again, and again, and again, and again. Nothing but static. They couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear them. It was like I was in a Faraday cage, only worse, and I had no way of getting out of here. It felt like it was years before I heard the radio crackle back, but I remember how excited I was to hear a voice on the other side after so long in solitude. It felt like being released from prison, or hearing you were free from cancer, or giving birth to your first child. It was that level of excitement 100 times over. I listened intently, but it was me. It was me. Those messages I sent to Mission Control had shot off into space and come right back to me, just like the ship had. God, I sounded so desperate. Just hearing the tone of my voice, I relieved the fear I had at the time, and the frustration that it wasn't Earth calling back broke something in me.
He began to sputter and sob softly as the memories hunted him, still staring out into empty, black space.
I couldn't do it anymore. I smashed that pod up. I smashed it good and proper. I tried to crack the windows open and get myself sucked out into space. But they were too strong. I bashed my head against the walls, but I did more damage to them than myself. I remember my fists broken and bloody after that. I could barely open the hatch through the pain.
Looking up from the porthole, he stared at the symbol before him, a tiny squiggle of numbers too massive to extrapolate. The infinity symbol was long gone, replaced by a number within that infinity.
I got through though, only to find my hands fixed in the pod the way I found it in the first place. So I smashed it up again. I pulled out the electronics, I tore at the cables, and poured water over everything. I tried everything I could, everything. And then I cried. I just cried.
He gave another weak sob and sniffled through the whirring background noise of fans.
God. Every time I go through that damn hatch, the number changes. For a while there, I tried to keep a track of it, or watching as the numbers swap and change. But it honestly meant nothing to me. I couldn't figure it out. I doubt Einstein could have figured it out. I thought maybe there was some kind of trick to it, that if I could solve it, then I could claim my freedom. Even with all the time in the world, I just couldn't bring myself to work it out. Math was never my strong point. It took me longer than it should have to figure out that I wasn't aging. My nails and beard stopped growing. But I watched the world go by below me, twinkling lights at night growing bigger and brighter as the world's cities grew. Hurricanes and storms creeping across the oceans. I saw the ice caps melt, lands grow flooded and vanish beneath the waves. I saw the green vegetation covering the planet grow brown, while the seas grew dark. Those lights from the cities dwindled. I realized I was watching civilization pass by before me. Oh, not in a flash or anything. No. Day by day, week by week, year after damn year, I was the same. But before my eyes, I was watching in painfully slow detail as humanity ruined itself, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. All I could do was think. There was some paper, so I took to drawing the things I saw and what I imagined was happening down there. As soon as I left through the hatch again, it would be gone. But at least that gave me something to do. I would write messages, even though I knew nobody would ever read them. I wrote to my wife a lot. I knew after a while she would have found somebody else.
He paused, contemplating his memories with her.
I don't even remember her now. She's long dead. They all are. I hate that I can't even picture her face anymore. I can still feel what she was like, but I wish I brought a photo up here with me. You know, we had an argument before all this happened. She didn't want me coming up here. Of course she didn't. She couldn't have known it would be this bad though.
He shook his head.
I should have listened to her. I tried to reassure her. I trusted the guys on the ground. It wasn't like I was going to Jupiter or anything. It was just an orbit, and I'd done it before. I wasn't afraid. Eventually, ship after ship left the planet. Everybody who was still left alive fled. I saw them leaving in different directions, so hopefully there are still people out there somewhere. I wish I could have moved this thing and followed them. Sometimes, I wonder what happened to them all. When you have all the time in the world, and only yourself, you have a lot of time to think. Thinking is all well and good, but I just wish I knew for sure that humanity continued. Anyway, the sun began to expand. I couldn't really tell. Seeing it every day, you don't get a point of reference for the difference. But it completely swallowed Mercury and Venus, eventually becoming a red giant and taking what was left of Earth into itself. I had to wait billions of years, but I got one hell of a view when it collapsed. It left a white dwarf behind in a cloud of nebulous gas. Billions more years later, it changed into a brown dwarf, and then a black dwarf. I'd taken to counting the stars left in the sky. The light traveling across the sky for millions of years eventually twinkled out, star by star, until there was nothing left. I'm surprised. I'm still this lucid, but I think each time I cross over the hatch, it somehow keeps me going. I wish it could stop the suffering too. I wish it could just set me free. So that brings us to now. I keep hopping through the hatch, hoping that something will change. I keep looking at the numbers, but they're not much help either. The only thing I can do is wait until a black hole comes along and sucks me up. But even then, I don't know if I'll be allowed to die or not. Maybe this stupid thing will still be intact inside there. I'm going to end the recording here. I might listen back to it. Maybe it'll be some comfort. I want to tell myself that I can do this, but I don't know what it is that I'm doing. I don't know why I'm trapped here. I don't know if I'll ever get out. But I wanted to just die and get it over with billions of years ago. If that's not suffering, I don't know what is. Godspeed, Rocketman. Find your peace.
The recording ended with a... Years passed. Decades and eons soon followed. Millennia passed by in the blink of an eye, compared to the time he'd already spent aboard the craft, and black holes collided distantly, undergoing atrophy into radiation as they crawled across the sky. Everything was dark, cold, and dead. He was all that was left of any rational universe, the final testament that humanity had existed, proof that mankind was there as an immortal reminder of our arrogance. He spent his many days much the same way, drawing and writing, singing to himself, trying desperately to stay busy or sleep the time away. He tried hovering between the hatches, closing the door on himself as far as it would go, but nothing ever changed. He awoke one morning to the same things as ever: a pristine cabin, and endless night. The disorienting space around him offered no solace. The universe had ended, not with a bang, but with a whispered whimper, as space arrived at its terminus, the state of maximum entropy.
Oh, God. I just woke up and something changed. After all this time. Oh, God. It's different.
He sounded elated. Nervous, anxious laughs burst like rising bubbles from his chest.
I'm seeing a zero with a line through it. Kind of an oval, really.
An inaccessible cardinal. A number that cannot be obtained from smaller numbers, no matter how many you add. A number so large that it exists beyond and above infinity, unobtainable through ordinary means. Infinites added together still cannot reach it, even when combined or put into different orders and added on top still. Truly, unfathomably endless.
The number has gone, and that's all that's left. It's small, but it's something different. It's different. The universe is dead, and yet, here, I remain. Maybe it's my turn now. I have no idea what's waiting for me on the other side. The porthole is still the same, but the number has never looked like this before. Should I bring something with me? Will I need the food?
He paused for a moment and shuffled around in the cabinets next to him, taking down dehydrated meals and pouches of water.
All right. I've gathered up what I can carry. I'm bringing the paper with me as well. I'm hoping that it's just death on the other side, but who knows? I've lived up here longer than all the lives of everything put together. Every person, every animal and insect, every plant, stacked their lives together, and I've still been here longer. Just me and empty space. I'm ready to die. I've been ready for forever. This will be my final recording. If anybody but myself hears this, well, I don't know what to tell you, really. Nothing matters. everything dies in the end? Love conquers all? No. There's no point to life outside of what you make it. Up here for so long, I can tell you, there is no God. Not from what I've seen. And I've seen everything.
He placed his hand on the metal pole and pushed it down with a quivering hand. The metal thunked and echoed through the craft, reverberating softly back into his hand.
I'm going through for what I hope will be the last time. Wish me luck.
He pushed his way through the hatch with trembling anticipation. There could be anything on the other side, or everything. It could be a new chance at life, or the sweet release of death. Whatever awaited him, he was ready for, as long as it was something other than the timeless prison he'd endured. As he floated through, he couldn't quite understand what he was seeing. In the distance was the hatch of the pod from the outside, with its brown dusty coating and gentle light radiating from the porthole. At first glance, it seemed reasonably normal, with exception to the number now shining from the outside of the hatch. Aleph Null, the collective sum of the set of all integers, containing all possible cardinal numbers and arrangements of infinity. It gleamed and glistened with greater depth than should have been afforded it, falling back and forward as if it were a hologram, but also aging and renewing seemingly at will, as it caused the surrounding metal to corrode and shine, to buckle and bend and straighten out again. There was a rippling gravity to it, bending and warping the very nature of reality, as he beheld its mysterious properties. He moved towards it only to notice that his body was no longer there. The consciousness, the ego, the self that made up who he was, and the collective experiences that shaped him had become liberated from their physical form. Either he moved or the space around him moved as he willed it. He wasn't quite sure which, and the position of the pod changed with him. It faded from view like a lenticular print, being viewed at a different angle, and at the same time, another version of the pod faded into view with a slightly different symbol. Aleph 1, an equal but separate infinity. The distance between the hatch and him was indeterminable. It could have been right next to him or on the other side of space, moving against a background not of light nor dark, not of space and distance, but nothing. True nothing beyond human reasoning, without height or length, distance or time, as though everything was fixed into a single point that was both everywhere and nowhere, all at once. As his consciousness continued to flow through this strange place, if it was a place at all, an infinite number of Apollo pods flickered in and out of reality, the number below the Aleph changing as his psyche traversed this bizarre realm. He'd grown accustomed to looking through the porthole of the capsule in his timeless solitude, perhaps in unwitting preparation for this very moment. As through each one, the beginning and end of the universe passed by in an instant, and from it, he knew all that each hatch held within. Each version of the pod held within its own probabilities, its own infinity, a different version of the events that had transpired within the history of the universe. Some were similar, but the higher the number became, the more twisted and warped the world had become. There were even worlds where humanity never emerged, where the earth never formed, and some where the laws of physics were gnarled and broken beyond recognition. Every arrangement of every possibility presented itself before him, sharing their secrets with an instantaneous, unspoken understanding transferred directly to his psyche, with little more than a glance through the glass. Through this maddening amount of information, he observed a purpose. the intent of all of this. He didn't know how. He didn't have to know how. But he knew that he caused it to happen. Another pod, another hatch appeared. Like the true original, there was no number. But unlike all the rest, nothing came from the porthole. No view into the birth and death of the universe. No understanding of the possibilities within it. No intimate view into every minute detail. As with the area around him, there was no light or dark. No space on the other side. Just the purest, most concentrated nothingness. This was why he was here. With sheer force of will alone, he pulled down the bolt and pushed open the hatch slowly, picturing in the greatest detail the world that he wanted on the other side. From nothing came everything. Without dimensions, he emerged into a dense explosion of superheated plasma, containing all matter as dimensions ballooned out from the hatch, and he followed its rapid expanse and cooling. Witness gravity pulling matter together to form clouds of hydrogen that ignited into stars. He saw those same stars burst into vibrant clouds of dust and form new stars entirely. Around him, the universe took shape. Stars churned out denser matter, and dust clouds formed asteroids, which in turn formed planets. The cycle went on and on until he had formed his ideal Earth, setting into motion the events that were to unfold as he saw fit. He shaped the first proteins clinging to volcanic geysers underwater that formed into cells, guided the evolution of life into plants and animals, followed their progress into more and more complex beings. He had the arsenal of a god in his imagination, and through simply wishing something it would become so, unhampered by the complex systems of human physiology, unburdened by a finite brain, he was free to act as he wished. He walked unseen across the face of the planet with time, an irrelevant aspect to him, bearing witness to the world and people he had created, until finally meeting his mother. His time was at hand, and his work was complete. He wasn't sure if he'd remembered the pilgrimage he had taken, but it didn't matter. Even godhood couldn't avert the solitude. He was ready. His rebirth had been one part of his plan for this universe, relinquishing control over it so that he could live and that he may one day die in peace. He rendered himself to nothing more than an egg and waited, growing, biding his time, until at last he took his first screaming, wildly gasping breaths of the air he'd willed into existence. He was home.
Chapter 1: The Second Sun. 20 years since we left Earth for NeuroAyeTypcial, a rocky world orbiting a single star in the farthest reaches of the Milky Way that we could only just get to with our limited technology. That was almost a decade spent on board the Ark II, and also happened to be the first half of my entire existence. I wasn't born on the ship, but just a month or so prior to it setting course for the single planet in the galaxy eligible for human habitation. It was also the farthest that we could run to escape. 10 years it has been since we got here and started building the homestead, nurturing it slowly and patiently, as Jack and Jill were growing up strong, contrary to what was originally expected. Many had been worried that all the children born on the Arks, like the twins, wouldn't survive even a year on the planet, let alone one the size of NeuroAyeTypcial. It was dreaded that many Earthborn, but raised from infancy on the vessel, would perish too. Yet, all of us survived. 1 year has passed since Junior was born as a healthy child, proper Gaian, a human extraterrestrial. Mother was happy to welcome him into the family, even though she was crushed that she had to raise him in this desolate place. that was humanity's last chance of survival. No one knew that NeuroAyeTypcial was almost a barren planet. Its landscape was mostly rock and shrubbery, a desert with barely any water and little to no wildlife. The primary arc might have been sent to terraform much earlier than we were set to even start from Earth. But what happened to them? Then, shortly after us, you were expected to arrive. The last arc of 3, the Builders. We were excited about all the new things you would bring. You were the finishing touch that this planet needed. You were the last of Earth, and also the saving grace of NeuroAyeTypcial. We were happy to welcome you to our new home.
Jane!
Mother called after me from the far side of the homestead, near the rocky hillside.
Come quick, the cows are gonna cross over to the Miltons if we don't stop them.
She'd been taking care of the cattle while Father and I were trying to fix the water filtration system. It needed some work done if we were ever to connect it to the more complex water supply network we expected you would build. Coming, Mom! Dad?
Go help your mother.
He smiled at me.
I can manage from here. It won't be done today anyway.
I ran past the barn where Jack and Jill were keeping Junior occupied. They were dancing circles around him, showing him the strange rocks they found, or chasing away the small lizard-like creatures that would creep closer to him on the ground. They were happy, laughing and playing, used to the planet that was the only home they ever knew.
They keep trying to get inside the small caverns all around the base of the hill.
I laughed when Mother told me what the cows were doing as I approached. How can they ever expect to fit? Those are no bigger than Junior.
I don't know, Jane.
Mother was not amused.
They're acting a bit strange today. I simply don't know what's gone into them.
She clicked her tongue and motioned for me to go over and chase them from the other side.
It's like something has spooked them. But I see no sign of the Milton's dogs anywhere, nor any other of their animals.
The two of us managed to get the cattle back in the pen, and Mother went over to the kids to get them ready for supper, since nightfall was soon, and she didn't want them playing close to the barn when it was dark. Father had already stopped working and was getting his tools together, so I ran over to the generator to get it started. It was already running on fumes, so we would only turn it on during the night. That would be the last time that we would use it for the lights. The following week passed slowly, and with a sudden and undeniable air of gloom. I busied myself with the basic electric grid, adding the necessary bits that would allow us to detach it from the generator and connect to the expanded grid when you arrived. Mother tended to the animals and Junior, fussing mostly around the artificial food the cattle ate that was running dangerously low as well. And Father was really worried about the water filtration units. Needless to say that you were greatly expected for several reasons. The necessity of industry had become unavoidable, since NeuroAyeTypcial wasn't what we thought it would be. Among all of that, something else happened during that week that eventually got us to the way we are now. We were all too busy running the homestead and getting ready for your arrival to really have noticed it. One day, a single sun became 2, and we were none the wiser as to how it happened. Did the second sun rise from behind the bleak horizon? Or did it simply appear out of nothing on the sky of NeuroAyeTypcial, never noticed previously, yet never setting? Maybe it was always there, shining, yellow, burning, watching. Junior was particularly enamored by it. Nothing else could stop his crying in the middle of the night. We would go outside on the porch, and I'd sit myself down on the rocking chair with Junior on my lap. He would instantly smile upon looking up at the sky. Not just that, though. He was always cooing at it, raising his tiny fingers at it, and giggling and laughing. Honestly, the only way to describe what was going on was to say that he was talking to it, or communicating with it in some special language only the two of them spoke. But how can a star speak? The second sun, how could it speak? Chapter 2. The Turning.
Morning, neighbors. I see you're busy with the preparations. Dan Milton came over to the homestead one day to check on us. He had the habit of doing that since he loved us very much. Not many people around these parts. The other homesteads were mostly centered across the single high-peaked mountain that pierced our horizon, just past the low hillside. Father didn't want to build where the rest were. I think he found the remains of the primary ark disturbing because of how they were left. Nice to see you, Dan.
Losing our minds, more like it.
Father commented cynically.
All will be all right in the end.
Dan always had a positive air around him, unlike Father.
I don't know about that, neighbor. A lot can go wrong in a month.
John, Jane is right there.
Mother intervened.
Maybe it's time she finds out, Joy. Maybe I should take her over the mountain to the first ark.
That's enough of that. Tensions are running high from expectation, Joy. Don't hold that against your husband. I'm sure you will tell the kids when the time is right, John.
That thing in the sky isn't a sign that we should tell them now, Dan?
Father was getting more agitated.
Have you told your kids?
The purple orb? Nah. I'm sure that was always there.
Was it?
Mother asked and looked up at the sky, squinting and perplexed.
Purple orb? That's a second sun right there, Dan. And it's clearly of a bluish tinge. What kind of crazy talk are you trying to bring to my house?
Dan mumbled something to Father in response, which I could not understand, but it upset him even more. The two of them got into a screaming match, of which I could barely catch anything more than it involved the primary ark that arrived on NeuroAyeTypcial. All I could tell was that whatever the problem they were discussing was important, heavy, complicated. Whatever stance Dan held and couldn't be persuaded against prompted Father to eventually drive the men right out of the house. In answer to Mother's pleas to stop arguing and calm their tempers, Dan had only one more thing to say.
I'll come back in 3 days, neighbor. That should give you ample time to cool off. And if you still insist on calling me crazy, you will have lost a friend. Think about that, John. Out here, there's not many you can choose from.
There'll be plenty when the third ark arrives.
Don't count on that. Aiding with supplies is one thing, but they'll be busy elsewhere on the planet. You and I are not meant to mingle with that crowd. Those cities won't be for us. We need to fix our own problems and do it now.
Stop it, both of you. You don't know what the builders would be like.
Mother feared that I didn't already guess what my future here would be like, but I'd already heard her and Father talking about that years before.
3 days, Joy. Knock some sense into him.
Dan told Mother and walked away, but Father was ready to run out after him.
Oh, I'll knock some sense into you.
John.
I hurried down to the porch and saw Mother quietly speaking to Father as Dan was moving away into the desolate distance and slowly disappearing behind the rocky hillside. Thankfully, she had stopped Father from doing anything he'd later regret. The sun was already down, but the yellow orb burned the sky with such power, I would have thought it was midday. Junior was screaming from his crib, letting me know it was time for his midnight heart-to-heart with his celestial friend. He had a lot to coo about that night. The following day, I had woken up to find Mother sitting in the kitchen and looking outside through the window that overlooked the gray desert surrounding our homestead. The barn was just to the left of the house, and on the right was the hillside that created the natural border between us and the Miltons' farm. In the distance, if you followed the hill to the right, you would see the mountain that halved the horizon. So desolate. Dead. Not something any of us loved seeing. I can't describe Mother's expression at that moment perfectly, but I would say it appeared as if she was struggling with confusion and worry simultaneously. Her harsh brow was furrowed, and her lips were tensed tightly over her teeth, crooked to one side. Mom?
Look at that, Jane.
She motioned toward the spherical window with her head, without taking her eyes off of what she was seeing beyond it. I stepped closer and peeked out, instantly dropping the glass of water I was holding. I could barely even hold on to myself.
If my eyes don't mistake me, the cows have completely changed.
Mother continued in a flat but ominous tone. "Twisted," I whispered, staring at our land where all of the animals had gathered, standing motionless in the middle of the farm. They looked something awful.
When I saw all of them there, I couldn't believe it. All twisted into knots like that. Then I kept wondering, was this actually how they'd always been? How then would I be able to milk them? Was the milk ever any good?
"It's terrible." The words left my lips before I could think more deeply about them.
It sure is something,
Mother said, and looked at me as if she was experiencing the shock of this new development all over again through me. Junior had started murmuring, and I realized I hadn't even noticed he was seated on his small stool next to Mother. She turned to smile at him, like she was the sole human that could fully understand his little thoughts. The sweetness that took over her face was in stark contrast to what she looked like seconds prior. "What? What is he saying, Mom?" I asked, curious beyond measure. Part of me was so mystified by this little child and his growing strangeness that I could hardly put it into words.
Oh, nothing that the twins haven't already told me before. Jack was actually telling me just the other day that the animals had always looked like this to him. And you know Jill, she'll always confirm what her brother says.
Junior cooed again and interrupted Mother. I looked at him again, and for a fleeting moment, I could swear that he himself was as twisted up and wretched as those damned cows. "Mother!" I yelped, but when she turned and gave me a better look at him, curled up in her arms, he looked normal.
What's wrong?
She asked. I shook my head. Junior cooed at me and giggled, and Mother laughed. "What are we going to do, Mom?"
What we always do, Jane. Tend to the cattle and see that it provides us with what we need.
Mother answered, and not a moment too soon, the twins had joined us, instantly smooshing their faces to the window and gazing out into the farm. They were happy like always, as if they had noticed nothing wrong, nothing out of the ordinary. I was worried, scared, and Mother, I didn't know what she felt anymore. I don't think she did either. Everything changed in the blink of an eye. All of it. But it was as if I was the only one that remained affected by it somehow. Aware of it, and feeling its consequences. Father had become very distant since the day he argued with Dan Milton, spending all of his time in the barn and talking solely to the twins. He had become obsessed with something new and foreign. Later, I would find out that there was really nothing of note there. It was he that had become the problem. We all kept secrets from each other. We all spoke in different languages, belonging to the small groups that had formed within the family. However, the next night, I could finally understand what Junior was saying. We clicked. We were finally functioning on the same wavelength. Rocking back and forth on the porch as he was extending his tiny arms towards the bright sky at midnight, his coos became words to me. "What do you mean, red?" I asked him, and he mumbled back, "It's clearly yellow, Junior." But he wouldn't have it. The little creature was absolutely convinced that the second sun was as bright red as our barn, made from the scraps of the ship in which we came here. Perplexing, truly, since Mother had mentioned that to her the second sun was actually a pure white color that scorched through her eyelids and made her lose sleep for the last couple of weeks. Chapter 3. The Wailing. 3 days had passed since Dan Milton was last on our homestead, and he returned just as he said he would. Mother and I were outside tending to the cattle when we saw him walking up and over the rocky hills. I glanced at Mother, and she nodded.
Go close the barn door, Jane. I think your father still doesn't want to see him.
Joy!
Dan yelled when he noticed Mother, waving and smiling. Mother ran a little to catch up with him midway, and they started chatting without me. I was just closing the barn door and peeked inside to see if Father had heard him. He was crouched over and fully immersed in whatever he was doing in there. However, Dan's voice echoed again, this time catching Father's attention. He turned around and gave me a sharp look that froze my blood. He stood up, towering over everything that was in the barn, suddenly twice as tall as I thought he actually was. Before he could take a step, let alone reach the door, I slammed it and locked it behind me. Father shook the door trying to open it, grunting and growling, but thankfully, Dan hadn't heard him. In the instance that I turned around to see where Dan and Mother were standing, I heard a terrible scream, and Mother was running away to the house, crying. "Mom! Mom!"
What's wrong with Joy?
Dan asked me out of breath for trying to reach me.
I mentioned the little ones and she just lost it. She babbled something about the white light not letting us sleep and nightmares and about horrible looking cattle, but never answered any of my questions.
I wanted to run after Mother because I didn't understand what Dan was talking about, but he grabbed my arm and asked me the strangest thing.
Where are your brothers and sisters, Jane? Has something happened to the kids?
The kids, Dan?
Your siblings, Jane.
I stared at him, in his weirdly confused face. I never had any siblings. Did I? It was always just the three of us. Mother, Father, and I. Dan must have been outside in the heat for too long, because his reasoning sounded very impaired. Or was it mine? No, not me. I noticed the changes, all of them. If I had siblings and they went missing, I would have noticed.
Will you please tell me what's going on here?
Dan insisted.
I really wanted to speak to your father. I don't like the way we left things, and if there's anything else that's happened here, I want to help.
Nothing has happened, I blurted out. I wanted him to leave.
Jane, I might really be losing my mind, but I was convinced that you had siblings. And your mother's reaction.
The second son is making her sad. That's all.
I won't lie to you, Jane. Something is strange on my farm as well. Me and my wife keep on forgetting things. Some time ago, 3 days maybe, or was it yesterday? We noticed changes in our animals. They were just odd looking, like they weren't supposed to be that way. Made no sense. Twisted and disfigured in ways I'd never seen living things to be.
Dan paused. He thought deeply about what he was saying. I could see it on his face. Our cows look that way, Dan. That's normal, isn't it?
Is it?
A small light flickered in his eyes, like I confirmed that he wasn't going insane.
I can't remember. I thought John might remember, or Joy.
He looked up. A little cough was staggering towards us. By the way its feet were positioned on its body, I wouldn't have believed it could even stand, much less walk. Its torso was twisting around on its own axis, and all of its limbs were wrapped around it, until they came out of each end, barely touching the ground. I said staggering, but it was almost pushing itself along on its belly. It mooed and cried, and eventually stopped moving a few steps from me and Dan.
Yes. It's the same with my sheep. If your cows look like this as well, it must be normal then. You're right, Jane. I just don't know what got into me.
Dan left feeling relieved, promising again to come back in a few days. But I was left wondering, have things always been this way? I looked down, and the calf was looking up at me. It mooed again. Don't worry, little friend. Everything will be alright. However, I suddenly felt incredible dread and disgust come over me as I was watching this pitiful creature struggle with life itself. Something did look wrong about it. Whatever it was, I had no clue. but it became simply unrecognizable to me as anything I'd seen previously, twisted and knotted up onto itself, like the most gruesome ball of fleshy yarn. Nature doesn't work like this. What was this creature looking up at me with? Its bloodied eyes? My chest felt tight, and there was a piercing ache in my stomach. I glanced at the sky to check if nightfall was close, and felt like the second sun was looking down at me, with the same dread and disgust I felt for the calf. Dan must have really gotten inside my head. No wonder Father had driven him out a few days ago. How can a star look down on me? How can it feel anything? I tried putting these strange thoughts and feelings behind me and went to sit on the porch in my rocking chair, like I did every night. It could have been a particularly calm and silent night if it wasn't for Mother's wails inside the house. I tried listening to what she was trying to say, but I couldn't understand the meaning. Before I stood to go to try and calm her down, I had the same feeling of inexplicable dread. Something was missing. Again, I looked up at the second sun. What was missing from this moment?
Jane!
Mother sobbed out for me. I jumped on my feet, but instead of running into the house, I ran off toward the hillside. I couldn't bear facing her. There was something telling me that her voice didn't sound quite right, that her movement inside on the plastic floors was crooked and off. I didn't want to see her and feel the same as I had when I looked at the calf. What was wrong and what was right? Was I? I ran and I ran on the hillside, knowing that I was looking for something there. A cave, big enough to fit me. The missing thing that always made me sit on the front porch in my rocking chair. A missing part of the puzzle that kept changing. A different view of the sky to make sure the second sun wasn't looking down at me. In the morning, when the two suns were shining again in the sky, I finally collapsed on the rocks, tired and hurting all over, my feet bleeding and my stomach churning. I didn't know what to do. Should I go to the Milton homestead? I could see it from where I was laying, barely visible, but it was there. I wish I hadn't looked. Twisted sheep and wretched wails echoed as far as the hill. Was it Dan or his wife wailing? Where were their children? Out of the blue, a small voice called out to me from under the rocks, and I thought I was dreaming. Some kind of instinct made me dig and burrow deep inside the hill, until I finally reached a hollow space. It was a cave, just big enough for me to crawl into. Arms stretched out in front, grabbing for the walls of the cave, I shimmied my entire body inside. And then, after a moment or so, the yellow haze disappeared, and there was something completely uncanny in the cave. Something I almost forgot existed. Darkness. My eyes were wide open, but they felt relieved, as if they were finally resting. I hadn't realized the strain I had been putting on them, and the intensity with which the yellow light was burning through them. The little voice called out again. I knew that voice. I loved that voice. I had crawled into its den, and was now completely under its strange protection. Junior? I whispered, and it cooed back. I missed you too, little one. Chapter 4: The Cosmic Eye. A few days later, I crawled out of the cave and made my way back to the homestead, alone. After everything that I had been through, witnessed, and felt, it was time to face what I escaped. Walking on top of the hillside gave me a better look at both homesteads, ours and the Miltons, at the mountain in the distance, but also the sky. It was clear now, clear as it ever was before. The second sun was staring down at me, watching me, and measuring my every step. It was like a giant eye in the sky that might have always been there, eons before we were ever even living. Or it might have appeared out of nothing, from spaces unknown and unreachable. That's how its gaze felt upon me. When I eventually reached the homestead, it looked empty and unlived. The cows were all dead or dying in the pen, just as twisted and repulsive as I remember them becoming.
Jane?
Father's voice came from the barn. It was raspy and odd.
Is that you, darling? Where have you been?
As I stepped toward the barn, he was coming out of it, barely squeezing through the door, barely standing, barely moving from his own weight. It took me a moment to realize, to really see what he had turned into. On top of a twisted torso, 2 more bodies were attached. 2 more heads on his shoulders, with pairs of eyes that looked familiar to me.
The twins missed you, Jane. They said you ran away from home.
Jack and Jill were completely fused to Father's body, as if he'd consumed them and made them a part of who he was. The 3 of them were, at that point, a single being. 1 mouth speaking, 3 mouths moving, 1 giant leg stepping forward, 2 more kicking in the air. Dad? I gulped. Where's Mother?
Jane!
Suddenly, I heard my name being wailed from somewhere behind me. I turned and expected Mother to come running or staggering toward me. But it was Dan.
Neva.
Father growled at him.
You said 3 days, and it has been...
Run, Jane, run and hide. Go to the hill, the mountain. Wherever you can. Save yourself.
Dan finally reached me. He didn't look right either. But I was so overwhelmed at this point that I couldn't tell what it was that had happened to him.
Don't run, Jane. Stay. This is home.
Go back into the barn, John.
Dan said.
No.
Father whined like a little child.
I don't want to.
Was it him speaking? Or was it little Jack? Or Jill? I couldn't start running. My legs wouldn't let me. Besides, I wanted to see. I wanted to understand what I knew in my heart that I couldn't. 2 massive beasts pushing each other, one overtaking the other, then pleading with him.
Go back, John.
I heard Dan repeat. I heard him command the towering beast with 6 arms, 6 legs, 6 eyes, and 3 heads. There was a quiet moo just next to me. I turned and realized I was standing next to the pen. The little calf was still alive. It must have yelped because it got frightened and began to shiver. We brought him here. This thing. This creature. This earthling. We dragged its kind to the other side of the galaxy without even asking, only for it to be turned and twisted by something completely inexplicable. We didn't bring it or its kin here to save them, but to feed on them. And seeing it then and there again, pitiful and wretched, made my chest tighten and my stomach churn. Mom! I screamed instinctively, like I was a kid again, and waking from a nightmare. A single, ear-shattering wail came from the house. All of us turned to see. Dan, Father, and me. Pressed on the spherical window made of plastic was Mother. I couldn't deal with it. I couldn't look at her, truly. So finally looked away, and ran until I reached the cave where I had found Junior previously. Before I entered, I realized that night had fallen, and the hillside was finally in darkness. I looked up and saw the deepest blue sky one can imagine. It was terrible. I crawled back into the cave, and Junior was there waiting for me. And I haven't been back on the homestead until I heard your ship landing on the other side of the mountain. That was my story, Builder. By the way you're looking at me, I can tell you don't believe me. Or is it that I fill you with a sense of dread and disgust? That's alright. Besides, I couldn't believe what was happening either, as it was happening. I still don't know what I believe. I'm not an educated sort like you. I don't have explanations. If there is anything my small mind can understand, it's that the second son must have been something like me. And you. Something that could look down and feel scared or disgusted? I'm not sure. I just know that when the cosmic eye blinks again, it will all start over. God? Whatever I'm saying must be madness, because whatever is happening here must be madness as well. But it's true, all of it, and it will happen to you. We never had the colonists that came in the primary arc to welcome us and tell us what happened. Abandoned research facilities, half-built homesteads, and a deteriorating water filtration system. No electric grid, nothing. What was left of them were only things. There were no people, no animals either. No one to prepare us for this desolate planet and its strange cosmic disposition. I suspect Father and Dan might have come across the bones of the first colonists that arrived, and simply decided to never share that with me or the rest of the kids. The little thing I met in the caves, Junior, my supposed brother, told me everything I had just relayed to you. He was the one that reminded me about how we had arrived, where I was born, where he was born as well. He gifted me my memory back. Not many like him are on this planet, he said. No one left like me either. Mother and father are gone. And so is everyone else. I think that answers your questions about where everybody went and what happened on Nea Gaia. Let me go now, please, so I can return to the cabin and tend to Junior.
The few months spent in the vicinity of Sagittarius A star, the supermassive black hole in the center of the Milky Way, had been taxing for the crew of the USS Dreadmont. To say the least, the intergalactic explorer vessel was designed to withstand the harsh conditions just outside of the region affected intensely by black holes, while an explorer class intended to roam the galaxy forever in research and investigation. Its main purpose was always reaching Sagittarius A. The USS Dreadmont was still a few thousand light years away from the event horizon of the black hole, incapable of venturing any further, but close enough to perform their intended measurements and experiments. With a capable captain as their lead, genetically engineered to endure the effects of long bouts of space travel, and a singular purpose on their minds. The crew was, by all means, the perfect crew. Upon arrival at their orbiting location, the vast crew of the USS Dreadmont was teeming with excitement over the next year they would spend researching the supermassive black hole and the potential discoveries they would make. All of the departments were ready for the upcoming test of endurance, both physically and psychologically. Nonetheless, even the perfect calculations cannot be ready for that, which couldn't be factored into all of their preparations. It happened just around the end of the second month. Something had shifted on the ship, and everyone could feel the tension rising. There was an inescapable sense of doom and desolation that had taken over every inch of the USS Dreadmont. Olga Ivanovska, one of the junior engineers on board, was part of the small group of people that had not yet felt the full effects of the change, and remained for a little longer, unperturbed by what was happening right in front of her nose. Her superior, Chief Ilyeski, held up good as well, but he had begun to suspect that something was afoot, and he didn't like the fact that he had trouble figuring out what that was exactly. The two of them would talk endlessly on the matter during their shared shifts in engineering, correcting the course of the massive vessel for the changing conditions of their exterior environment. They, much rather he, felt helpless about changing whatever it was that was affecting the crew and the conditions of their interior environment. At first, Ilyeski would notice small things among his subordinates. Then, certain strange behaviors would creep up among the higher-level personnel, until it seemed that only he and Ivanovska were the only sane left on the entire USS Dreadnought. If I didn't know any better, I would say that we have been infiltrated by some kind of mind-altering alien parasite, he would often tell Ivanovska in jest. And I'm not sure if me thinking that is me or the thing. As time went on, Ivanovska started agreeing with her superior. Everything he had logged about the behavior of the crew Ilyeski gave over to her, for if he too fell victim to whatever was influencing the USS Dreadmont, she would be able to take over from where he left off. Of course, it didn't occur to him that she as well could succumb to it. Then one day, after tiresome months spent problem-solving and troubleshooting together in engineering, Ilyeski simply didn't show up for his shift. Ivanovska tried him on the comms, but there was no answer. And after he didn't show up for the entire shift, she went looking for him in his quarters. When she got there, Ivanovska found the quarters completely vacant, stripped out of everything that belonged to Ilyeski. All of his possessions, mementos, and even his name on the hatch had been removed. Shaken by what she had witnessed, Ivanovska went straight to the top and tried to establish a comm channel with the captain of the USS Dreadmont. It took a few tries to cut through the busy schedule of the captain, but eventually she managed to get her on comms and explain the whole ordeal to her. The way that Ivanovska explained it made the case of a missing engineer sound like an abduction. However, the matter was much worse than she had originally anticipated. The captain, after listening to her rant for about half an hour, told her that her second-in-command had been busy looking for this Ilyeski on the ship's manifest, but no such name could be found on the list. Worried about the young engineer, the captain ordered Ivanovska to report to the infirmary and see if she is suffering from exhaustion. Since Ivanovska wasn't able to convince the captain otherwise, she caved and went to see one of the ship's doctors. "There's nothing wrong with you, kid," he said. "I've noticed it happening as well." Apparently, not only had the doctor lost 2 of his attendants mysteriously, but he'd been getting personnel from all over the ship sharing the same story as Ivanovska. They were all sent there by either the captain or their superiors. To make the mystery even deeper, only some of the crew members were able to even remember the missing people, while the rest were completely impervious to their existence in the first place. The doctor had told her that he noticed himself forgetting things about his attendants, as if the process of their deletion from his mind was slower than with the rest. Although he was a very curious and quick-witted man, he had no theories as to why and how such a thing would happen. If he wasn't so convinced that there were 2 attendants in his employ on the USS Dreadmont, he would have thought it was some kind of mass delusion. Without a satisfying end to their conversation, the doctor prescribed Ivanovska with some nootropics to boost her memory retention and told her to go back to work acting as if nothing had happened, just to be safe. That night, she went back to her quarters and opened the crew logs that Ilyeski had been documenting before his disappearance. They were all empty. Not a single word had remained in them. The logs had disappeared just as suddenly as the man that recorded them. Precisely 1 month later, and several more engineers gone missing, Ivanovska walked onto the engineering deck for her shift, only to find them all back at their posts. Even Ilyeski had returned. Naturally, Ivanovska rushed to him, happy to see him back and well. However, what she found tinkering with the controls on his post was not the engineer she remembered. In fact, the expression on his face and the shallow look in his eyes had revealed a much different figure from the man she used to know. It was as if his body was returned to the USS Dreadmont without any soul left in it, without any human mind and human sentience remaining to govern it properly. After all that had happened, Ivanovska didn't have it in her to begin questioning him about where he was and if something was done to him. But she didn't shrug it off either. She carefully watched him work during their shift, and the minute that it was over, she ran to the doctor to explain what had happened. It had been a month since she saw him last. She couldn't have guessed that the same would happen to the doctor as well. He was a shell of a man. Words came out of him, but they were as vacant as his long stare. Another month had passed in which Ivanovska had nothing to do but watch how most of the crew of the USS Dreadmont would disappear, then reappear just as suddenly and inexplicably as previously. A few nervous breakdowns later, and many antipsychotics combined with nootropics, she came to realize that the change had happened much earlier than she or Ilyeski had noticed. It had been the reason why the atmosphere on the ship had changed so radically when eventually they did notice. One by one, deck by deck, department by department, the crew of the USS Dreadmont had been swapped with things that looked like people and started off from Earth, but were no more them. As I am you or you are me. They spoke like humans and behaved somewhat like humans, but Ivanovska believed at that point that they were no such thing. Not anymore, at least. And some of them, not for a long time. A few more months later, just as the mission was coming close to its end, and the USS Dreadmont was about to disembark from its orbit, the ship was not the same one that left our helisphere and embarked on the journey to the center of the galaxy. Ivanovska wasn't sure if she was the same person either. She had barely spoken to anyone since Ilyeski had returned a changed man. She had isolated herself, as if protecting her body from a virus or a parasite that could be easily transmitted from person to person. However, the thing that was changing the ship and the crew couldn't affect her in any way known to her, or in any way she could stop it if it had begun. There were a few people on the ship that she recognized as still human, but they were battling the situation in their own ways. That didn't seem effective to Ivanovska either. Those ways weren't very civil or very becoming of members of the perfect crew of the USS Dreadmont. Them she avoided even more than the rest. When it came down to it, Ivanovska shouldn't have troubled over what was happening inside of the Intergalactic Explorer, but rather over that which was looming outside. The fear that the mission to the Galactic Center was ending, and that soon the USS Dreadmont would come in contact with other human vessels roaming the galaxy, drove her to finally come out of hiding and figure out what was really happening. The clock was ticking, and she was afraid of letting loose whatever had taken over the USS Dreadmont among the rest of humanity. Ivanovska's only course of action was to finally confront Ilyeski and see if he would even grasp the information she would demand from him. Should she not manage to get answers and devise a solution to the problem of the vessel, Ivanovska made up her mind to drive the USS Dreadmont just past the threshold of safety and ever closer to the gravitational pull of the supermassive black hole, to be crushed in the dense material that surrounded it, even before reaching the event horizon. Sitting on his bed in his quarters, Ivanovska found Ilyeski staring at the blank walls, looking almost as if he was waiting for her to come. This was, of course, her own interpretation of the situation, and not reflective of the realities she couldn't understand. She asked him a few small things of a personal nature, which he shrugged off like he had no idea what she was talking about. However, when she began speaking about the USS Dreadmont and its crew, it looked like a light was switched on in his mind, and his attitude changed almost completely. He was ready to finally talk, and the things he had to say were nothing that Ivanovska could have expected, or frankly, even imagined. "I am not who you think I am," was the first thing he uttered once the light was switched. That much she already knew. The thing that looked and sounded like Ilyeski was not even remotely human, and not even remotely like any living organism she had ever seen or heard about. While it maintained an organic form and build, since it possessed all the materials needed to make such a thing, it had never operated a body of that sort ever before. The months in which the crew was missing were time the thing had spent learning and harvesting the control of humanoid bipedal organic structures. To Ivanovska's question about what it was, the thing that took Ilyeski's form simply answered, "I am forever, and I am alone." The sentience that now took a human face was sitting heavily on the bed in one of the quarters of the USS Dreadmont, was exactly what Ivanovska and her crew were there to investigate and research. In all the wildest fringe theories from the history of science about what black holes were, no one had ever presumed that what lay in the super-dense core of a collapsed star could be a sentient thing. And the Ilyeski that sat across from Ivanovska, the changed crew that walked the halls of the USS Dreadmont, were just manifestations it had created to finally be able to communicate with the rest of the universe without sucking the life right out of it. What Ilyeski had told Ivanovska didn't sway her decision about destroying the ship, but reinforced it even more. In fact, the moment she realized that she was dealing with an alien thing so different than anything she had ever thought of, she ran out of the quarters and directly toward engineering. There wasn't anything good that could possibly come out of letting cosmic beings bearing the mind of a black hole roam the galaxy where other organics lived. She was approaching her own personal event horizon, since there was nothing that she could do, and no way to save herself or the remaining crew. Escape pods wouldn't work in this situation, and the USS Dreadmont had no alternative ways of protecting surviving crew should there be a catastrophe on board, much less a protocol for the scenario that the vessel was in at the moment. A few of the rest that had remained human joined her in engineering to help her lock in the procedure for driving the ship into the dense cloud Sagittarius A. They had regained back an inkling of their sanity after being confronted with the dire situation on board, and had decided that Ivanovska was right. She was lucky that none of them have made an alternative decision and fought her for control of the USS Dreadmont, wanting to remain among the living no matter the cost. In the final moments before the last set of protocols were put in to get the USS Dreadmont into gear, Ilieski entered engineering. He didn't have to announce himself for Ivanovska to see him approaching. Strangely, he nor anyone else from the changed crew was fighting to stop her either. They had no feeling of self-preservation, since they would only be returning to their source. However, Sagittarius A-star had one last thing to say while it still had lips and another being to speak to. Ilieski came close to Ivanovska and leaned in, whispering in her ear, as soon as she heard the words it had to tell. She began crying and pressed the final command on the console in front of her, sending the last surviving crew members of the USS Dreadmont into Oblivion, and the rest back into the warm embrace of utter and inescapable darkness. What Sagittarius A-star said to Ivanovska remained solely hers.
It's been years since I've taken a vacation. The only things I made time for were my career and my marriage. Both turned out to be a waste of my time. Without warning, I was laid off after 6 years of late nights and missed events. At a late Friday afternoon meeting, we were all thanked for our dedication and told to clear out our desks by the end of the day. About a month later, my marriage was over. I found a note that said, "So sorry" on the kitchen table. They loved me, but they were no longer in love with me. Also, there was someone else, but they would always love me. I wanted to work things out, but a divorce was all I got. The proceedings were fast, and I didn't lose everything at least. There was a decent amount of money saved up in the bank, but that's all I had. Years of dedicating myself to a job and marriage caused my friendships to fade away. My last remaining family members passed away last year. I had no one. For a few weeks, I got what my stepdad called Keith Moon drunk. The hangovers didn't do much to raise my spirits, so I curtailed my drinking a little bit. I updated my resume and scoured the job sites. Hours of looking at listings made me realize how boring my life was. Not just the drunk divorcee finding jobs part, the whole damn thing. No family, no friends, no love, no excitement. There comes a point in your life where all your wild stories are about something that happened 10 years ago. It wasn't like I wanted to recreate my youth, but it was time to start living. Time to make new friends, find love, try new things. I made a couple of dating profiles and joined various groups online. Some of them even met up in real life. My resume had been viewed a few times, but no interviews. Half, "We're sorry to inform you," half being ghosted. I went on a few dates, but there wasn't a lot of chemistry. The events I went to were fun, but the other attendees were obsessive or worse, awkward like me. Part of me regretted putting myself out there at all, but I knew I wasn't going to live by sitting at home. While I was checking my email, I saw an ad for a place called Plataki. My arrow hovered over delete, but something occurred to me. I hadn't been on vacation for at least 5 years. The link took me to a video of a beautiful beach, filled with equally beautiful people. Turquoise waters crashed into ivory sands,
Art galleries and crab shacks lined the boardwalk. Tropical luxury hotels had bars with live music and 5-star restaurants. Outside, it was grey and dreary. A light rain made the bark of the leafless trees black. The cold air had caused a few of my windows to fog a little. Instead of closing the tab, I booked myself a week in a king's suite at La Vista Bonita Seaside Hotel. That weekend, I was on a ferry, approaching Palata Key. The turquoise waters were even more beautiful in person. There was a cliff on the western side of the island. A large house stood at the top, looking down at all below. I know very little about architecture, but I knew I found the place impressive. Part of me longed to see the place, but I settled for the fact I was booked at the highest-ranked hotel on the quay. My room had a decent-sized balcony that overlooked the boardwalk and the beach. Smiling tourists carried shopping bags, while the beautiful people sunned themselves by the shore. I know it's cliché, but I brought a seashell bracelet from a stand on the boardwalk. It was going to be a talisman, symbolizing my new beginnings. After that, I explored the art galleries. Some of them were tourist traps, with prints priced like paintings. The images looked like the beach outside if you squinted. One gallery thought having Thomas Kincaid was still a big deal. My favorite galleries were the small ones, run by free spirits and aging hippie types. I bought a lovely painting that looked just like the shore outside. The artist was a woman in her 70s. Her parrot sat perched at the back of her art gallery. Then I bought a photograph of the boardwalk from a guy who clearly modelled his look after Thomas Magnum. As I left, he turned the Allman Brothers back up to full blare. These pieces were going to serve as artifacts from the trip that changed my life. They would remind me, after a day at my new job, and remember that life could be lived as well. However, I lost my desire to pick up any more artwork at the next gallery I visited. I had just finished thumbing through a print rack when I noticed a strange man watching me in a mirror. When I turned to look at him, he made a brisk escape into another room. It was uncomfortable being watched, so I left the gallery and headed back to the hotel. Shopping wasn't the only reason I was here anyway. After a little siesta, I went down to the beach. Before I reached the ivory sands, I took off my shoes. I wanted to feel it squish between my toes. The sand was soft and warm. Each step towards the ocean was a pleasure. I sat down on one of the bright-coloured Adirondack chairs that the hotel had set up for its guests and looked to my left. 3 children were throwing a frisbee out in the ocean. Their dogs gave chase, then swam back to the shore with the frisbee clasped in its jaws. Parents applied sunscreen to their babies while telling their older kids to wait at least half an hour. On my right, the grown-ups were sunbathing and reading paperbacks. There was a nude beach on the quay, but I wasn't brave enough to visit, nor did I think I was on it. Yet, down beyond where the kids could see, I noticed some people who wouldn't have taken tan lines when they went home. Everyone appeared to be having a great time. A nice breeze came across the water to keep me from falling asleep under the warm sun. I stood up to stretch and noticed a woman watching me. If she had been wearing sunglasses, I wouldn't have noticed, but I could see that she wasn't scanning the crowd. She was looking directly at me. She collected her things into a big bag and stormed off the beach. Her strange behavior troubled me. Stranger still, that was the second time someone was spying on me that day. The woman disappeared into the mob of tourists on the boardwalk. I felt uneasy, so I decided to leave the beach in search for dinner. I ate at the seaside sampler al fresco at Gus Gator's Crab Shack. The grilled calamari at Howard Phillips Vista could wait another night. Dusk was setting in, and the neon lights were coming on. When I paid, I asked my server where the best live music was. They directed me to the Queen Bee down the street. Queen Bee's decor was a mishmash of Caribbean, Cuban, and trailer park. Posters of famous reggae acts and mock street signs with dirty jokes covered every inch of the wall space. The music was good though, and the drinks were even better. I started off with a bottle of Gaiman's Lager as a calypso band came on. Couples of all ages danced in front of the stage. Some of them were even good at it. People wearing Bob Marley t-shirts or Margaritaville hats started to shuffle in at the end of the calypso act. Most reeked of beer and pot. I ordered a tequila sunrise as a reggae act started up. The bass rumbled through the floor, causing me to need the bathroom. A small crowd of people made the already tight hallway even harder to move through. I accidentally bumped shoulders with a guy passionately kissing his girlfriend. I apologized, but they kept making out unfazed. When I made my way back to the bar, the couple were still at it. I ordered another drink while the reggae band played "You Can Get It If You Really Want." I scanned the crowd as I waited for my drink. People who wandered in right before the second act were swaying slowly in front of the stage, while some of the other couples were sitting this band out. The couple that was making out in the hallway was looking right at me. This caught me off guard. If they were upset about me bumping into them, they would have brought it up at the time. Or maybe when I was coming out of the bathroom? That wasn't it though. These people had the same look as the man in the gallery, and the woman on the beach. There was intent in their gaze. I started to back out of the place when I bumped into someone behind me.
Whoa! Party foul!
A voice said behind me. I turned around to see a man whose sleeves and hand were covered in beer. I am so sorry. I looked over my shoulder to see if the couple was still staring at me, but they were gone.
No harm, no...
The man smiled.
Yeah, I mean, party foul. But you didn't mean it.
Tequila sunrise,
the bartender said as he held out my drink. I was going to tell him I didn't want it anymore, but the man I bumped into said,
"Let me get that for you. Hey, bartender! A shot of tequila for my friend and me."
I tried to resist, but the man shook his head and handed the bartender a 50.
"So, you a tourist?"
Before I could answer, he said,
"I can tell. Say, why don't you join me and my friends for a drink?"
He waved his hand at a group of 7 or so people. Part of me was reluctant to join them, but 2 things occurred to me. Safety in numbers. 4 people spying on you in one day makes you want backup. Second thing is that I came here to have fun, to meet new people, to live. One drink shouldn't hurt, I said.
Hey, that's the spirit.
One drink is what I said, but it turned into one drink at the Queen Bee's.
Hey, let's go somewhere quiet so we can talk a little bit more.
The man said.
Quieter, but not boring. We'll take you to Gilman's piano bar.
Food trucks were camped out on the beach side of the street, doing their best to lure diners away from the crab shacks and high-priced restaurants. There was a nice selection. Junji's Walking Fish offered portable sushi to eat as you walked along the beach. Whatever the fish was, I couldn't stand the smell. The next trick was Taqueria del Toro. They had their own homemade chorizo, in addition to fish tacos, of course. Even though I was enjoying Plataki, I felt a twinge of homesickness when I saw a truck for Dan and Harold's Windy City Eats. We didn't stop for anything, as tempting as some of it was. My stomach was full of sampler and booze. Eating anything else would add insult to injury. Gilman's piano bar looked like a dive on the outside. Once I saw the interior, though, I felt underdressed. Patrons were stylish to shabby, but the place looked like something from an old movie. Once we found a table that would seat all of us, the man nodded to one of the bartenders. The bartender brought over a whiskey for everyone at the table.
"Oh, damn it, Sam. You know I hate scotch,"
one of the others said to the man.
"Come on, Ashley. It's tradition,"
the man said. "I have to say, I don't really like scotch either," I said.
"It's tradition. What's your name?"
I didn't say.
Neither did I. Samuel Taylor. Sam to my friends. And tonight, my dear stranger, we are now friends.
Hear, hear,
some of them said.
To the pregame,
Sam said. We clinked our glasses. Some of the people relished in the whiskey, while others grimaced. I scrunched my face as I endured the burning in my throat, coupled with the taste of pissed-off leather.
"So, what brings you to our neck of the woods?"
Sam asked. "Vacation," I said. "Been a long time since I've taken one."
"Couldn't have picked a better place,"
Ashley said. Sam nodded in agreement.
"What do you do in the real world?"
Another asked. "I'm in between things in the moment."
"Are you here alone?"
One of the others asked.
"Shit,"
Ashley said.
"Do you just lack tact, or are you trying to see if they're available?"
"I'm alone," I said. I could feel the blood rush into my cheeks after I said it. Ashley grasped one of my hands. Sam sank his drink and motioned to the bartender.
Well then,
Sam said.
It's a good thing you bumped into us while we prepare.
Prepare for what?
The party up at my house!
Oh, I should probably head back to the hotel after this.
Did you really come here to turn in at 10:30?
Well, no.
Well, good. It's settled then. You're among friends. Who'll get you back to your hotel? You're staying at the La Vista Bonita, right?
I nodded in reflex.
There we go. Hey, bartender! Another round for the party, please!
Some of the others groaned when Sam ordered. We spent the next hour drinking scotch, making small talk, and listening to the piano player cover Gershwin, Basie, and Brubeck. Where do you live? My words were sloppy, just like my walking.
You see that hill over there?
Sam said.
I live at the house at the very top.
He pointed a finger to the house I admired on the ferry. You live up there?
Nice, huh?
Easy for a surgeon to afford,
Ashley said.
Former surgeon,
Sam said. I couldn't tell if it was humility or shame in his tone. The incline was murder in my half-drunken state. As we climbed the hill, there was a beautiful view of the ocean to our left. Stars shone on the wavy surface. They looked like floating diamonds. A sound came way out from the sea. I couldn't make out what it was. Something between singing and wailing. The rest of the group started to take off ahead of me. Sam slowed down a little bit to stay with me.
We're almost at the end, my friend.
I smiled. The sounds came again. What is that sound, Sam? He smiled.
I'll tell you later. Let's get to the party first, okay?
The front door of Sam's house probably cost the same as 3 months of my mortgage. On the left, there was a grand staircase that snaked up to a second floor. Beneath it was a passageway that led to a lower level. Forward right was the living room, packed full of guests. Just like the piano bar, the people here were both stylish and shabby. When we walked in, they cheered and clapped.
Everybody, the reason we're all here!
Ashley said, waving a hand at us. They cheered again. A man was snorting white powder off a tray on the living room table. I must have looked concerned because Sam put a hand on my shoulder.
Hey, you don't have to do that if you don't want. I don't either.
Sam said. It's not that. Aren't you worried that...
What? That Captain Ron Maxwell of the Plata Key Police is going to ruin every fucking towel I own if he gets a bloody nose? Ha! Maybe.
I was puzzled. Sam tried to reassure me.
Don't worry. Anything you see here you can do if you like. And if you don't, well, that's okay too. We just want you to be comfortable. And don't worry. Even if the police here did care, well, everyone has their price, don't they?
Now I really wanted to get back to the hotel. But my damn drunken legs wouldn't carry me. I checked my phone to see if I had reception, but I hadn't charged it. No rideshare for me. I just needed to sit down and relax a while. Plus, I actually had the opportunity to see the house on the hill from the inside. With his hand still on my shoulder, Sam guided me through the living room to the kitchen. There was a large kitchen island that could seat 10 or more. He sat me down and patted me on the back. No one was snorting coke in there. All the discussions were merging into one big noise. I looked into the living room and noticed a large wooden carving on the wall. It looked like a legless caterpillar, howling at the moon. Behind it, there was a smaller wood carving, the shape and dimension too difficult to understand in my state. When Sam came back, he produced a fresh tequila sunrise. I gave him a look of uncertainty. He put a glass of water down next to it.
Either one is here if you want it. I'll give you the grand tour later, but right now, you should rest. And I should probably attend to my other guests.
Music started blasting into the room beyond the kitchen. By the end of the wretched tune, the whole world had apparently gone country. My head was swimming as another song just like it came on. No reggae or piano jazz to be found here. I took a sip from my glass of water, then another, and another. Before I knew it, I had gulped it all down. A small crowd stood between the sink and me. Plus, it felt like it was a mile away. For a few minutes, I sat there. My throat felt like a desert. I scanned the kitchen, watching all of the guests talking. their conversations ringing in my head. Against my better judgment, I started to drink my cocktail. For a moment it cured my dry throat, and it tasted so good. Perhaps the best tequila sunrise I had ever tasted. Like the water, I guzzled it down. For a few minutes, I was fine. But then I felt my stomach roll. I saw a sliding door at the other end of the next room. My hand was cupped over my mouth as I navigated through the guests. 3 men sat on a couch, smoking something that smelled like glass cleaner. There was a card table set up in the middle of the room. I couldn't tell what they were playing because I was distracted by a drunk woman dancing naked against the wall. The glass door slid open with relative ease, and I found the one place at the party that wasn't crowded. Vomit rocketed out of my mouth and all over the balcony edge. Behind me, the singer of the song exclaimed he had never been to heaven, but he'd been to Oklahoma. People cheered. At some point in my life, I would have been thrilled for anyone to even think of inviting me to a party like this. Though, as I stood there alone on the balcony, I wondered what the hell I was doing there. I came to Plata Key to have an adventure, but I felt stupid at this party. The glass door slid shut. By some miracle, I couldn't hear the music or the people inside.
You okay?
Sam said behind me. I just puked. Sorry. I was half sorry. After all, it was a bender since I bumped into him, and I hate scotch.
Well, room for more now, right?
Sam said with a chuckle. I shot him a look. He placed a glass of water down on the railing. I nodded to him in gratitude. We just stood there for a moment, the ocean breeze cooling me down.
I'm sorry. I know my people can be a lot,
Sam said.
It's a big tent, but I try to make everyone feel welcome. I hope this didn't ruin your night.
It's all right, I said. Part of me didn't mean it. Sure, he'd taken me in and shown me a good time, but it was weird. Who goes drinking before they throw a huge party at their house? Who has cops snorting coke off their living room table? Who has meth heads watching naked women doing pelvic thrusts next to a card table in an expensive house like this? Some of the people mingling here look like they had expensive houses too. My ex would say an eccentric with fuck you money. They would also be surprised to see me at a party like this. Not so boring now, huh, honey? When I took another sip of water, I heard the sound from the sea. What is that sound, Sam? Sam flashed his bright white teeth with a toothy grin. His black hair looked even darker now, and his blue eyes were almost hypnotizing.
That depends on who you ask,
he said.
The local legends vary. Some say they're mermaids, while others claim they're sirens. To some, they're angels, to others, they're sea devils. I've even heard some referred to as eldritch.
I gave him a look. He smiled.
Weird or sinister, ghostly, unwholesome. It's not a word one hears in general circulation.
What do you think it is? He shrugged.
Maybe we'll see tonight.
He clapped me on the back and went inside. I took a sip of water, then another. Then I fell asleep. When I woke up, my vision was blurred. Even though I was still, my focus kept shifting. There was a deep pounding in my brain, and my mouth tasted like metal and vomit. As my vision started to clear up, I could see the ceiling of a shower. There was a stinging sensation all along the back of my body. I was so cold. When I shifted, there was a clickety noise. My neck was finally free to move. I was in the bathtub of my king suite, and it was filled with ice. The digits on my hands could move at their bases, but I couldn't feel my fingertips. Terror gripped me when I noticed they were pitch black. Below the knuckles was an olive green. Beyond that was my normal skin color. My feet were about the same. Another stinging sensation came alive in my abdomen. I tried to undo my shirt, but my fingers couldn't negotiate the buttons. I managed to pull my shirt up a bit. Stitches and wrapping all across my stomach. It looked like they led up to my chest.
Some of the wrappings were drenched with blood. My head lolled to the right. A table was sitting on the toilet. There was a note on it that said, "We call every hour on the hour." I tried to scream for help, but my voice couldn't manage it. The tablet started to ring, but I couldn't get up to reach it. This happened another 2 times. By the 3rd call, I had the table, but couldn't swipe to take the call. The 4th time I swiped with the base of my knuckle.
"Hi,"
Sam said. He looked concerned.
"I was beginning to think you were already gone."
Already gone? What the hell?
"I know you have a lot of questions, but you probably can't speak, so I'll do all the talking for the both of us."
In spite of everything else, I could still muster resentment for him for saying that.
"I just want you to know, we didn't take anything out. We aren't butchers trying to sell your organs on the dark web or something. Instead, we gave you something."
Gave me something? A hangover at best, but more likely some large scars and a flesh-eating virus.
"You seem like a nice person, but the fact of the matter is, you're alone. You have no life to go back to. That is why we gave you life. A new life, as a matter of fact.
I felt so worthless.
This new life will give you purpose. You came here looking for new experiences, new connections. What you're experiencing now, it's singular. In a way, I'm kind of jealous of you."
I didn't know if I could still emote, but I did my best to show him the disdain I felt in the fiber of my being.
"I know. The necrosis looks like it's already setting in. Despite my best efforts, you will feel a great deal of pain before this is all over. Like I said, I'm a former surgeon. I found a higher calling since then."
I started to sob, but my brain shut it off. The movement caused me even more agony, so my reflexes spared me.
"There's supplies in your room. However, I want you to try and get out of there. Get out of the balcony and listen. And one more thing.
I couldn't believe him.
Try to enjoy this. You've probably done your best to block out what happens, but try to remember. Try to cherish it. Try to find joy in this."
With what little control I had, I chucked the tablet to the bathroom floor.
You're being childish. But I understand. I'll leave you alone now. Someone will come to collect you when the time is right.
Sam was wrong on so many levels. There's also something he didn't know. After a while of lying there in my helpless state, I remembered everything. What seemed like a nightmare was actually a memory. Now I know you're wondering, why am I telling you all of this? Why am I going into such detail? There are 2 things I know for certain. I'm dying. My limbs are rotting. I've lost a lot of blood. And I feel something inside. The other thing I know is, I am alone. The doctors couldn't save me now. Even if the cops cared, Sam could buy them off. My ex was gone, all of my family was dead. My old friends were long gone, and the people who called themselves my new friends, well, they did this to me. You may not even care what I'm telling you, but I implore you, take it to heart. This long ramble is my warning to you all. Something knocked me out. Maybe the water, maybe one of the cocktails. It doesn't matter. When I came to, I was being carried by 6 people on a stretched out blanket or canvas. We travelled down the backyard of the house, which sloped to a clearing in the trees. Beyond it was the cliff that stood over the ocean. On the top of it there was a stone slab. They laid me down upon the slab. I was unable to move. The 6 stood around me. We were surrounded by a multitude of people wearing cloaks. I could hear footsteps approaching the slab.
"Is all prepared?"
I heard Ashley ask.
All is ready.
The 6 around me said in unison.
"Let us all call upon the powers that be,"
Ashley said. They all dropped their cloaks and lifted their arms to the sky.
dressed only in the light of the moon and stars. The people who had spied on me earlier were among the 6 who surrounded me. All those around me started to speak in unison.
From the first ring of the funeral bell, to the ocean bottom, to the depths of hell, to beyond the stars where the old ones dwell, to the pit where that first angel fell, we call upon the powers that be to give us vision, help us see. By word and deed, by fang and claw, we here uphold thine sacred law. The hour 3 is thine own hour. Grant us strength, grant us power.
We gathered here call upon the powers of the dark,
Ashley said in a booming voice.
We call to those beneath the depths and beyond the void.
The multitude said in response.
We gathered here, serve these powers. It is right to serve them. Tonight, the veil between our world and the other world is thin. Tonight, we perform our sacraments.
4 of the people surrounding me stepped away. Sam approached me on the right. In his hand, he held a small, ceremonial blade. To my left, someone was holding what looked like a silver orb.
Master of the Blade,
Ashley said.
Begin!
Sam plunged the instrument into my belly. A burning sensation spread as he slowly carved across me. As he did, a tear in the sky appeared, growing with my incision.
Mistress of the vessel, perform your sacred duty,
Ashley said. The silver orb wiggled and warbled. Sam dug his fingers into my incision and pulled it apart. The mistress placed the orb gently, then rammed it deep into my innards. I howled with agony as they performed their sacraments. Sam leaned towards my ear and whispered,
"This will be what you make of it."
I tried to shoot him a look of hatred, but my eyes were fixed on the tear in the sky. The multitude looked only at me. Perhaps they could not see what I did. Maybe they were too frightened to look. Whatever they planted in me granted me a vision of what was beyond the tear. Take what I tell you as a warning, and prepare. Every legend you've heard, every nightmare you've ever had is true. Throughout space and time, there lies an unholy kinship that binds all dark things together. There lies a hierarchy that starts with the first fallen angel, that goes as low as the things that scurry and slither upon the earth. Spirits haunt the lonely roads and empty places, while night creatures haunt the land and the sea. Cosmic monstrosities hide behind the cracks in our existence, nurturing the cruelty that lies in the hearts of evil people. My mortal eyes witnessed every entity in every place. They worked in perfect unison in order to create destruction and despair, and they delighted in it. Wild laughter came out of me during this horrid communion. I don't know if I was going mad, or if it was some bid by mind, body, or soul to save what good could remain within me after this. By some vicarious means, I felt my own kinship with these wretched beings, but I know it truly belonged to the thing they buried inside me. The creatures in the sea called out to us, rejoicing in the terrible things happening up on the cliff. I saw them now. The local legends did them no justice. They were beautiful and frightening, in a way that no mere mortal could or should understand. Beyond space, the thing that they prayed to floated unchecked. Behind it was blackened space, devoid of worlds, stars, and life. The surface of the thing was deep red, covered in greedy maws and dark eyes that appeared black, but were actually deep green. The eyes only looked at that which it desired and devoured. I could see how it ignored the pleas and the suffering of things that worshipped it. The creatures in the sea and the multitude on the cliff had a name for it in their prayers. The name was simply what the thing allowed them to call it. Its true name could not be uttered by their unworthy tongues, nor understood by their tiny minds. It was light years away, but it floated towards us. As it went, it gathered up worlds, stars, and life and ate them with no regard for the suffering and destruction it caused. This being was not the top of the hierarchy, but it was the origin of all greed and gluttony in our existence. Appendages that were a mix between an elephant's trunk and a tentacle covered its entirety. They sniffed out the things it devoured and dragged them into hungry mouths. As the planets and their inhabitants were pulled towards the gaping maws, the thing that watched them intently, yet held no remorse for their demise. My mind was breaking as the tear in the sky started to close. The red monstrosity stopped its approach. The sea creatures stopped their song. Sam was stitching me up, the tear closing with each suture. The edges of my sight started to darken.
The will of the darkness has been done.
With rotted fingers, it has taken me a long time to write this. You may find me foolish or vain, bothering to type this out. I had to, though. If you are a good person, if you give more than you take, or if you are simply lonely like me, prepare. Tell your loved ones how much you care for them. Eat the foods that taste good. Listen to the music that moves you. Spoil the animals and children in your life. Do the things that make you happy, and be with the people who make your life worth living. The time you have to indulge in these pleasures may be short. My face is puffed up like the wood carving in Sam's house. I look like I'm howling at the moon, but I make no sound. I have dragged myself to the balcony. The creatures in the sea are singing their song, and the thing inside me yearns to join them. I can't control myself. I long to hear their music too. Sam said, "This will be what I make of it." I don't know if I can save you good people. Not from the horrible things that exist in every corner of our existence. Not even from the evil in human hearts. I tell you this, though. There are people who wish to harm you. They wish for bloodshed and madness. They long for pandemonium upon the earth. If I can't save you, my will shall grant their wish. I will give them what they want, and they will cry for me to take it back. I'm going to give them hell.
I didn't believe in anything else, other than waking up and going to work, probably having a family in the future, retiring and then dying. That's what I thought life was about. I said without looking up at the customer in front of me, "Okay, miss, the price is $50.42. You can pay at the receptionist table over here." That customer left and I went back to my work. As I moved the spatula across the gleaming surface of the blue pill counting tray, the bell over the front door of the pharmacy rang its merry tune. I glanced up momentarily to see who it was. A rather petite woman with sharp eyes and a thick wave of gray hair walked in. That lady started talking to other people inside the pharmacy, which piqued my interest. Wasn't she here to buy something, or was she bothering the customers? It was hard to tell from here, but it didn't seem like anybody was put off by her. What I did see was that she was directing them to look at the paper she was holding up in front of her. My eyes narrowed as I focused on the paper, trying to grasp the picture that was on it, and it looked like a face. Well, maybe it was nothing to worry about, so I focused back on the task at hand and finally counted over the pills needed for the customer. Once I slotted the pills within the unmarked pill bottle and I gave it to the customer that came back. The customer thanked me and walked out with a smile on their face. That gesture was enough to warm my heart, just seeing people happy. It's why I became a pharmacist. I liked helping people, and it gave me the opportunity to find the right medication needed for their overall health. Another customer served was a good deed done, in my opinion. The new person that came in a while ago was going to be my next customer, as she walked up to the counter with no smile on her face. Something told me this woman didn't want my help, at least not in the way that I thought she did. "Excuse me," the old lady asked. "Good morning. How are you doing today, ma'am? How can I help you?" The old lady blinked in her hesitation. I was wondering if something I said put her off, but as the old lady looked down, I heard the rustle of whatever she was taking out of her bag. "Have you seen this person?" the old lady asked. A large paper was brought up in front of the plexiglass that separated the old lady and me. It displayed the face of a young adult woman with striking black hair. A rumbling grew inside of my chest. My forehead flared from a striking burn that was unexpected. Where was this pain coming from now? A flash of light appeared as specks of last night's dream popped into my head. I fought it and shook my head. Being at work, I couldn't let my abandonment issues crop up here. I returned my gaze to the picture. The longer I looked at the face, the more of the old lady I saw. Was this a family member of this woman? Like a daughter? My lips quivered as the bell rang out again. Another person walked into the pharmacy. That knocked me out of my confusion as I focused back on the picture. The lady was still waiting on my answer. I shook my head and mumbled, "No, sorry, ma'am. I never met this woman in my entire life." That was obviously not the answer this woman wanted, for the old lady's eyes squeezed shut in the distraught that passed over her face. I hesitated to ask whether this woman in the picture was missing, because that's the vibe I got. "Thanks," the old lady said, as she nodded in appreciation and spun on her heels, leaving me flabbergasted. That was odd. The next customer, a female, stepped up and asked, "Do you have any iron supplements?" I swiftly reverted to my work mode. "Yes, and good morning. What is the reason you're taking it for?" She said, Yeah, iron replacement. I need a month's worth." I replied, "All right, hold on, please. Let me check the cost for you." "Kinda sad, ain't it?" she said absently. I asked with a groan, That lady, she's been going around town for the past 2 weeks, asking anyone if they've seen her daughter. Oh, that's rough. I can't imagine what she's going through. But, I don't have children myself." My lips curled down in gloom. That was unfortunate. But I kind of expected it was that. I could only hope she was okay and her daughter would be found. "Hopefully she finds her," was all I could say. Still, it would be easy to assume the worst. Stone Valley, the town I lived and worked in, was deep within the Midwest of America, and that meant forests were our neighbors, and everybody knew everybody else's business. I tried my best to stay out of that mostly, but it was hard to avoid most of the times. So many people that came here were regular faces that I knew a little about. It made my job easier because I would remember past prescriptions that they took, and it would allow me to avoid giving them conflicting medication off the shelf. Not everybody went to a doctor all the time. It also humanized them to me, so it wasn't just mindlessly giving out pills for me. I was offering relief, help, and assistance to people. That's how I saw it. As I was going home, there was a seed of fear in the back of my mind. It was unnerving to think of what could have happened to that young woman, and the possibility that that could have happened to me. The thing for me was I didn't have a family in Stone Valley. As an orphan, I was lucky to grow up in any foster family if I got any chance to. But I was mostly in shelters. I was too old to be adopted by anyone, and was stuck in an endless loop until I dug myself out of it. That was my only option, to be successful, because it was lonely within those shelters. Even though they were filled with so many other children, it was always lonely. Many of those children grew up into miscreants of society, while I was standing tall in a good job. I was glad I made myself a success story rather than being a statistic. Stone Valley was growing as a town as well. From this new pharmacy to the new factory on the eastern side of town, next to the river-fed lake. Things were growing within Stone Valley, and I was a part of a new wave of young people in town. Hopefully in town I can lay down roots here, and this could truly become my home. That was my dream, and hopefully the nightmare of the children's homes, a stain I couldn't run away from. But I would never read again. I did reach home safely and breathed out a sigh of relief knowing nothing happened to me, which was weird, and I never thought fear was so all-consuming. I guess that the woman's missing daughter really shook my core. That annoyed me, for I didn't want to live my life looking over my shoulder. The only thing I could do was pray for that old lady as I went to sleep. She didn't deserve that. A lot of people didn't deserve anything bad happening to them. When I closed my eyes, I hoped nothing bad would happen to me. But life was never that kind to me. Where there should have been darkness, there was light. Dreams I've had since I was a child manifested themselves in my head. They were usually a confusing mess of broken images of homeless shelters I used to be in. Those halls were always daunting for me. They were so long and narrow, yet empty. Help was hard to come by in these homes. They were always understaffed, so I never expected any help. Not even my fellow residents were any better. The distant cries of their voices haunted me to this day. Let their whispers die where the floor was. My feet touched it cautiously. The walls were inconceivable, but nothing was discernible to me, from the furniture to the scattered objects on that same cold floor. Such was the confusion in my mind as everything faded into a dirty blur. A light beamed across that floor, and my feet begged to feel its warmth. Vanessa, a soft, melodic voice called for me. That was a name I haven't heard since I was stuck in a loop of homelessness. I shuddered and glanced around. All I saw was darkness crossing the face of the enclosing walls. Out of the darkness stepped a lanky figure. Skinny. The clothes over it were dark purple, almost black. But in this light, the purple glow complemented the silver skin's luster. The striking thing about this figure was that it had no face. It was the pure hue of that silver luster. That head of his leaned in on me. The skin showed brighter, as if it warmed to my presence. Yet I felt cold, crippling fear traversing through me. Vanessa. Its voice vibrated in my heart with its tenor. I didn't answer. It spoke with vibrancy. Come to us, Vanessa. This was what I could never figure out. And that mystery deepened a cruelty upon my life, worse than not knowing my own time of death. I froze as the figure that knew me so well covered my face with its fingerless palm. My eyes ripped open. I curtailed my quickened breaths and tried to lean up from my bed. Oh, I hated those dreams. Or should I call them nightmares? They didn't feel like nightmares, and I've been having them since I came here. It always left me feeling more tired than when I went to sleep. My eyes blinked a fierce beat as I tried shaking off the lethargy. The energy in the air was different, and something pulled at my sanity. I rubbed my forehead as the room's cold grip on my body caused a brief shiver from its presence. Please tell me the thermostat didn't stop working. Ugh. I groaned and lifted myself off the bed and flipped on the lamp. It clicked, but no light washed over the room. I stared in frustration at the lamp, and after flipping the switch back and forth, I decided in annoyance to move aside the curtains and let in more of the morning glow through the window. Ugh, it was too bright. Something told me to check the time, but whether it was my phone not turning on or the dead clock on my dresser, nothing was working. Because I couldn't tell the time, I just assumed that I was late for work because my alarm was supposed to go off, and every part of me knew I missed that alarm. I checked the thermostat and realized there wasn't any power at all. Oh, you got to be kidding me. As I would find out, it wasn't just me. The electricity in the whole neighborhood got taken out. But that wasn't the only thing. In my hurry to get ready for work, it didn't take me long to notice that there weren't a lot of people around. There was a lot of noise outside, though, because everybody was complaining about where's their husband, their wife, and their child. My heart couldn't stop racing, and it wasn't my haste not to be late with no hot water to offset the cold morning blues. The sky was even worse. I could feel the burn of the sun and the light of its radiance over the town, its people, and pre-millennium 2-floor wooden structures erected in its magnificence. But the blazing circle of the sun never touched my sight, for massive gray clouds consumed the sky. The more I looked at them, they had no form as they swam down the curves of the mountains and the jagged roofs of the buildings. They didn't even seem like clouds, and it was almost like a thick fog that drank in all the happiness and left nothing but misery. It was a sweep of anger that took over everyone as I hopped into my car. My neighborhood was in chaos, and as much as an urge pulled me toward the chaos, what could I do except cry and comfort others in their grief? It was too much, and to some extent, I was too frightened to step forward. By the time I left, the sirens of the sheriffs blared into the district and signaled their worries were not unheard. But would they even be solved? Was the thing that worried me. My car pulled out of the driveway and went down to the main road, hoping to put that awful scene behind me. That wasn't possible, as I would find out. The whole town became an eerie shell of itself as the fog traversed further and further down from the hills and mountains surrounding it. Even the tower out at the pier was covered in the fog's nasty grasp. My fingers clutched the steering wheel tighter as I rode down the empty streets. Where was everybody? Was what the people complaining about back home legit? Was this really what was going on right now? My throat was seizing up at the dangerous thoughts swirling in my mind. This couldn't be happening right now. Yeah, I mean, it must be some sort of prank, right? The one time I would love for this to be a sick joke, I would end up finding out there was no punchline. I came into work a disheveled mess. My fellow workers were worried about me and thought I disappeared too. It didn't take long for my confused mind to register the madness going on. Our workforce was cut in half, and after an hour of getting myself together behind the counter, I checked my equipment. Nothing was working. The wall clock froze in at 12:30. My coworker complained about the cash register. The fridge was dead, and the UPS was not working either. This was ridiculous, and if I didn't restore any power soon, the medication in the fridge was going to become useless. Unfortunately, our attempts to start the outside generator was like fighting a landslide. Nothing was working, and even if it was, it wouldn't matter anyway because nobody was even entering the pharmacy. Normally, a slow day was a boring day for me, but it wasn't boredom that was shaking my faith. It was uncertainty. I sat there twiddling my fingers, hoping this was a bad nightmare at best. But fear was a terrible thing indeed, and it wrecked my body to the core. It was a terrible thing to not know something. All I had were theories bouncing around my small skull, trying to find solace. The door finally opened, and my heart and head lifted at the sight of a sheriff. Hi, good day, ladies. My name is Sheriff Carlton, and I would like to invite you all up to the community center. It's crucially important, he said. I relaxed and came out from behind the counter and into the main floor of the pharmacy. Why, though? What's really going on, officer? I asked. He shook his head. I'm sorry about this, ma'am, but we need everybody over at the center. I can't say much other than there's been some strange occurrences, and the mayor obviously wants to talk to everybody just to alleviate everybody's worries, you know? The town hall was an old community center that didn't get used that much outside of children having their club activities there from time to time. Work didn't matter at this point. And that's when it became real for me. This was really happening right now. It wasn't a dream. This was reality. The workers and I went to the community center in my car. As I was driving down the empty road, all I saw were empty streets. It made me wonder how many people disappeared. Was it like half? Or most of us? If it was so many, there was very little explanation for this. This was not normal, the more I thought about it. Something was really wrong in this town. That's what made the sight of them so striking to me. A line of people standing on the sidewalk. They stood there, straight as a mountain in broad daylight. They never moved. I passed them, and their faces, they never changed. My hand lifted instinctively to wave at them, but nothing. They never returned the wave as I continued to pass them. Unfriendly folk, weren't they? I wanted to ask my coworkers, but my coworkers were too engaged in their discussions. They talked a lot more freely about what was going on. I was not the only one with a non-working phone. When I parked the car in front of the community center, I couldn't help but notice that the hands of the clock at the front, they weren't moving. No electricity. All the electronics weren't working. The clocks were frozen as if Stone Valley became, stuck in time. I walked into the meeting hall, and what would normally be a packed crowd if this was the whole town was a mere scattered mess of crying mothers, pacing men, shaking children, and a few poker faces among them. At least some people were trying to keep sane within the madhouse. One of those people was the old lady. She had a determined look on that chiseled face of hers. Something told me she knew more than anyone here. Either that, or that was a lie. I was telling myself that in order to make myself feel better. I rubbed my arms and breathed short, soundless gasps as the sheriff and mayor tried to have this emergency meeting without too many hitches. And that was if occasional shouting and loud crying weren't a distraction to the overall meeting. They ran down everything that they feared was going on. The whole town was hit with a mass of disappearances. As far as explanations, there were none. The police knew nothing. And this didn't help matters. Everybody wanted answers, but nobody had any. The authorities said that they were trying to find out why the electricity was gone and was making efforts to possibly restore it. Nobody said anything about the clocks, though, but I didn't dare to raise my hand and ask. It was a clock. Nobody cared about clocks, so it was a stupid fixation for me. A lot of people were distraught, but the best they could do was to monitor the situation. We were all advised to stay home and to not leave town. The fog, according to them, surrounded the whole town, and they weren't sure if it was safe to drive out on those hilly roads. It was insane, and I choked on my own saliva, realizing how trapped we were. What kind of malevolence had hit this town for this to occur? My thoughts raced at several possibilities. but almost all of them were not. They weren't real to me. For something like this to happen, it could not be normal. It had to be something worse than that. The voices of disgruntled people raised in a complaint about the new law levied against them. I shuddered from the uproar, but my eyes caught sight of a slippery canary weaving its way through the crowd. It was the old lady, and she left like she was on a mission. Something consumed me to follow her, and I didn't travel far behind her before she realized I was on her tail. She turned around as she reached the parking lot. "You," she said. I froze as her eyes cut through me with those dark spears. Then, as if she realized I was but a mere scared human, they softened into a calmer expression. The old lady said, "Right, you're the pharmacist?" I chuckled to myself to ease the nervousness. "Yeah, I'm Cameron. What's your name?" she said. "You can call me Danielle. Are you planning to leave as well?" Yes, that was probably it. I could feel it in my bones right then, the way she moved. That was the emotion running through me, the desire to run away. I shook my head. "We shouldn't. Didn't you hear what the officer said?" Danielle said, "Look around you. All of this is happening and nobody's doing anything. They must be a part of this, don't you think?" I looked into those eyes, and I could tell she was looking for somebody to give her some comfort. She wanted someone to believe that she wasn't crazy, even though I did think she was a little crazy. I wasn't stupid to believe there wasn't something fishy going on in this town, but my explanation was a lot more grounded. For I said, "I believe you, but I don't think it's because they're a part of this. I think it's because we're incapable of dealing with this. I mean, our sheriff's office is small." Danielle frowned, obviously not pleased with my reasonable response. She whipped her head around and continued. "It's possible," she said, but quickly shook her head. "I don't trust none of those people in there. And you shouldn't either." That statement struck me odd, but I had to know why it left such a heavy weight upon me. I asked why. "They couldn't find my daughter, and now they can't figure out anything? No. They're in on this. You'll see." That was a far jump. How the hell she reached from they couldn't find her daughter to she couldn't trust them to maintain the peace in the town? I couldn't relate to this, but more so than that, as scared as I was, I wasn't wrecked by paranoia. I mean, Danielle had lost the most important thing to her, her daughter. I couldn't imagine the emotions behind that calm demeanor. I don't want to sound disrespectful, but how do you know? I asked. Danielle's eyes flickered to the side of me. The opening of the door drew my attention to people starting to file out of the community center. None of them looked happy at all. Why would they be? Most of their family were gone, and they were told to just stay in their homes and weep. I guessed I could understand why Danielle wanted to leave. She wanted to find her daughter. Sitting around was not going to help her. "Have you seen their faces?" she asked. And I asked in confusion, "Their faces?" She shook her head. "Those police officers. I don't trust them. I told them about my daughter and nothing. No emotion. Nothing. I never liked the new ones that came in after the old ones retired." I didn't want to get into gossip, but I didn't have anything better to do since I was stuck here with nothing to do. I said, "I guess the new boys are just getting used to the job, probably?" Danielle rolled her eyes. "Oh, maybe." I laughed. "So, have you already prepared to leave? Do you have someone helping you?" Danielle shook her head. "I don't got anybody." I don't even know where I'm going to go. But I got some money saved over. I'll figure it out. But I'm telling you, young lady, something is wrong with this place. A twinkle in my heart fluttered as I smiled. I didn't want to lean into the negativity she was spewing. It'd be too easy to delve into despair, and I wanted to lift her up a little bit. Then let me help you pack up to leave. Her eyes widened at the offer, and she gladly accepted it. So after I talked with my coworkers who decided that they were going to go home individually, it left me with Danielle. She didn't have much to carry outside of one suitcase. Before we knew it, we were on our way. "Thank you," she said. I said, "It's fine. I just wanted to help ever since." I stopped myself, not wanting to sound like I was pitying her. "Since when? The pharmacy? You're new in town." "Of course. I moved here to take this job several months ago. Your parents must miss you." "I don't have any." "Oh." My reassuring smile told her it was fine. I didn't want to let my past define me, but as I looked outside, the town was dead. It was really eerie to see. The only people I saw were them. And when I meant them, it was just like the last time. A line of people stood on the sidewalk, next to the roadside, with rigid, unmoving expressions on their faces and their standing posture. They were just standing there. Were they looking at something, or were they waiting for something or someone? Nothing creeped me out more than seeing them, and I almost wanted to believe I was imagining it. Then Danielle's head turned as we passed them. I wasn't imagining them. "Stop the car," Danielle said. I screeched the car to a stop, and Danielle jumped out. "Hey!" I called after her. Sliding out of the car, I looked over the car roof and peeked at her speed walking across the street toward those people. I rushed behind her and shook off any reservations. By the time I reached behind her, we were on the edge of the street, just 2 feet away from the sidewalk where they stood. Danielle tilted her head from side to side, as if looking for somebody. I wanted to ask, but I couldn't muster a response, because terror racked me with how strange they were acting. They still weren't moving. At this distance, I could see their faces clearly, and their clothes waving in the wind. Yet they were statues. Why weren't they moving? "Bailey?" Danielle said in uncertainty. I stiffened in anticipation. Danielle made one step forward, and one of the persons, an old man, turned to her. So they knew each other? But something wasn't right about this. The look that man gave reeked of rage. I wanted to grab Danielle's shoulder and pull her back, but she just kept advancing towards him, and my legs lacked the strength to carry on. "Bailey, how have you been?" Danielle asked. Something told me that wasn't Bailey anymore. The man reached out to grab her just as I pulled Danielle back. That was all that set him off. Bailey's mouth opened and gray tendrils spun out of the darkness of his throat and flicked their tips at our faces. My eyelids twitched in a disgusted shock. I got swarmed by a sea of nausea. The other persons turned their heads, and that same cold stare cut through us. Bailey approached us with those tendrils whipping around. "Jesus!" Danielle bellowed. She turned around and jet back to the car, and so did I. We jumped in and locked the doors. I put the car in drive, and when I looked up, Bailey was standing in front of the car. I looked behind me. Another person was glaring into my rearview mirror. Left, right, every window, somebody was standing next to the car, staring at us. My heart wanted to jump out of my chest, and my stomach turned. The car rushed forward as my foot bashed into the pedal, knocking over Bailey in a violent action. I didn't stop and kept driving. There was no way in hell I was looking back. The speedometer kept increasing. Cameron! Cameron! I blinked. and noted my location. My feet whipped toward Danielle, who was holding her chest, that raised and fell in rapid succession. I slowed the car down and parked it in front of a school's lawn. To think we reached so far. Pretty sure I drove at least a quarter of a mile. My hand finally ripped away from the steering wheel, and I couldn't stop shaking. What have I done? I couldn't believe it. Did I just run somebody over? I mean, I had to. I had to do it. That man was scary, especially with those things coming out of his mouth. Or was I imagining it? I have to ask Danielle to be sure. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? I asked. Danielle lifted her hand off her chest as she steadied her breathing and calmed down. I'm fine. I'm so sorry about your friend. Her eyes narrowed as she stared through the front window of the car, and she shook her head fiercely. That's not my friend. But I mean, you called him Bailey. You know him, yes? Danielle didn't even look at me, and she kept staring wild-eyed through the front window. She rubbed her forehead as she leaned into the seat. No, well, yes, but not very well. He lived here, and he's not supposed to be here because he was missing like 6 years. Danielle said. What? I asked in surprise. Yes, that's why I was surprised when I saw him. I couldn't believe it. But that can't be him. What were those things that came out of his mouth? I shook my head. I don't know. We need to tell the police. Danielle's head whipped back in disgust. For what? What is the sheriff going to do about that? That ain't normal. I don't know what that was. I wasn't even sure anymore. There was a hope that my mind was playing tricks on me, but reality was a fragile thing, I realized. All right. We're going to keep going and make sense of this, I said. Danielle stared at me like I was a crazy woman. She clicked her tongue and said, I just want to leave. Okay, let me get this car running. I drove off and continued our travel through the town until we reached the edge of it. We were getting closer now. Specks of the fog were dropping in around the car like ashes to the faraway flames that we couldn't see. I needed to calm down, but my breathing was getting hollow. So, how long have you lived here? Danielle said. My entire life. You? Because I know you're the new pharmacist. You said you have no folks. I never met them. I'm an orphan. She looked back at me with a somber expression before nodding in respect. Sorry to hear that, my dear, Danielle said genuinely. To think she was leaving the town that she grew up in for so many decades. The question kept popping into my mind, and my lips moved on their own. You know we haven't found your daughter yet? Danielle exhaled. Oh, there's nothing left for me there anymore. My husband's dead, and she was the only thing holding me in that town. So, no better time to leave than now. I guess that made a lot of sense. Our car slowed as it reached the edge of the woods. The fog was getting worse. I could barely see anything, and I could understand a little bit more why the sheriffs were resistant to allowing people to leave. What I didn't expect was the swift blast of red and blue cutting through the fog and reaching us. They were sitting on the route, so a police car raised out from under a tree's shade and onto the road, blocking our way. That was surprising, but as my car slowed, Danielle's hand gripped on my wrist. Her cold fingers pressed hard into my skin and transferred every ounce of fear I could tell she harbored. I didn't need to look at her to know. Out of that car came Sheriff Colton. He had a big smile on his face. We weren't smiling as we watched him approach us. "Where are you going, ma'am?" Sheriff Carlton asked. I hesitated as his eyes dug deep into mine. "We're leaving, officer," I uttered. Sheriff Carlton glanced at Danielle. "I'm gonna have to ask you to turn around, ma'am," he said. I shook my head. "Sir, we can't go back. And I don't even know if I should tell you this, but you're probably not going to believe me when we saw some people. And, one of them, had something come out of their mouth. It almost touched us. I don't really know what to think about it. That's what I saw. I can tell you which street I saw them, though." Sheriff Carlton snickered. "Oh, is that so, little miss? Well, why don't we go back to the spot where you saw that? I want to see it for myself." My heartbeat pounded in my head, and that was weird to me, for he was an officer of the law. No police officer should scare me. So either I was overreacting or my intuition was shouting at my naivety. I heard Danielle taking a sharp inhale. "And I'm going to have to respectfully tell you that I don't want to go back," Danielle said. If there was any fracture in Carlton's personality, he didn't show it. And that only made the smile all the more frightening when he said it again. "Ma'am, again, I'm ordering you to turn around. Now." My fingers tightened on the steering wheel. "Do I not have the freedom to leave?" He shook his head. "No, you don't, miss." I didn't like this. Danielle breathed out in exaggeration next to me as the frustration grew. I swallowed and finally found my voice. "And, why can't we leave?" He turned his stone gaze toward me. If you wouldn't believe me, as annoyed as we were, that smile never dropped off his face. "We are trying to maintain control of the town. We don't know what's going on, so until then, everybody is staying inside the town. So, if you would please just turn around," Sheriff Carlton said. He could say please 50 more times. That smile was not natural, and neither were those eyes. My instinct shouted for us to run, but I decided to play it cool. "Yes, sir." I turned the car around, and Danielle stared at me, so I could tell her heart was beating like a drum at what I was about to do. The car rolled back in the direction of Stone Valley. "We shouldn't be going back," Danielle said. I exhaled and closed my eyes. A woman could only hope she was right. Sheriff Carlton got into his police car and drove with us. The fog rolled in more, even as we got closer to Stone Valley. Whatever was going on, it wasn't getting any better. My lungs struggled to hold up the weight of Danielle's disgruntlement with me, or my uncertainty with my decisions right now. I couldn't see anything further than 5 feet thanks to this fog. It was unnerving. We couldn't push the car to its limit, and I kept it at a steady 20 miles per hour. We weren't far from the town, so we should have reached it by now, but I couldn't see anything. My fingers bit into the steering wheel. The tiny bones creaked from the pressure. Sweat careened down Danielle's face, and my throat lumped up from the hardness. This was crazy how cornered we felt. The only thing we could see was the asphalt. No trees, not even the dirt was within our gaze. Quick breaths escaped me. I looked into the rearview mirror and saw the approaching bumper of the police car. At least Carlton was behind me. Sheriff Carlton pulled the police car to the side of us and tried speeding up. I looked around, and Sheriff Carlton's face was gone, replaced by a silver head of mud. There were no eyes, no lips, no nose, not even any muscles fluctuating from the ripples crossing his head as the police car swayed from its shaky driving. The sight sent my heart rate skyrocketing into space because the similarity between that and the figure in my dreams was too eerie to bother thinking more than a second about it. There were no allies in this town. I needed to get us out of here. But how? We could only move forward. I could run the car off the road, but I couldn't see anything, and the last thing I wanted to do was hit a boulder or something worse. My foot jammed down and the police car sped off in the fog forming around us. Our car screeched into a tailspin. Danielle and I got thrown forward. My arm hit the dashboard while Danielle yelped in terror. I looked up and saw the police car stop more than 10 feet away. Danielle, you okay? I asked. Danielle spun her head around like a wet wild bird and gasped, Yeah. The door of the police car opened. I swallowed and pushed my door open. Danielle, we need to go now. Danielle sank low and followed me out of the car from my side of it. Whatever Sheriff Carlton was right now, it walked slowly and purposefully toward us. As he stomped through the thin hands of the fog, the clothes shackled under that faceless head. It had no face, and I wasn't sure what was on mine, but I didn't want to find out. Danielle and I gripped each other's hands and ran into the fog. At least it took us in with a lovely embrace. Whether it was better than the safety of Sheriff Carlton, I wasn't sure. Our shoes thudded into the road. The dead silence pierced a ferocious burn into our imaginations. We couldn't even look around and see anything. What if an arm grabbed her? Or if someone called her name? It would shake her heart out of its meaty cage and leave her a dying husk without a body, feeling the warmth of its pulse. I couldn't deny it, but this loneliness had me begging for anything. Something to come to our aid or to bring understanding beyond the reaches of this forsaken town. My shoes sank with each step, so we must have reached off the roadside. We must have been in the forest. But as we would find out, it wasn't any woods, for a familiar sound emanated into the suppressed atmosphere. I said, "Is this the factory?" Danielle gave me the answer when she huffed out a breath. My hand got released, and the fog raised into rolling columns around us. I slowed, for my legs got weighed down by the pain of lactic acid. It gave us a clearer image of the earth in front of us, leading to the large, interconnected buildings of the metal factory. That meant we were on the east side of Stone Valley. We were a long way from where we started, for I could see the blue shine of the lake reflected off the greenery of the hills. Danielle held on to a large trolley and said with a quiver of her lips, "Cameron?" I opened my mouth and choked on my suffocated breath, coughing immediately. My whole body was falling apart, but I had to keep going. I looked back into the fog behind us and knew whatever that sheriff was not going to stop until it had us. "Come on, Danielle. I know you're tired right now, but we have to keep moving," I said. She nodded her head. We kept going and tried to navigate our way through the huge stock of metal corrugated sheets. I had never been to this factory before, newly built, and I didn't even know what they produced. It was shiny looking with its pure metal infrastructure, curving columns and glossy, multicolored roof shingles. I couldn't even appreciate it as the fog rolled over us with a terrible growl. It wasn't dark, with the light beaming down upon the earth. Yet something unsettling flew up the back of my neck as I noted shifting lines breaking in and out of the light. Was that a wire? If it was, it looked like there were several of them. There was so much I wanted to say, but I was scared to. I didn't know what Danielle was feeling right now. Maybe Danielle read my mind. Swear to God, I hope we can get to the other side, Danielle said breathlessly. The lake was starting to come within sight as we moved between a column of work trucks. I said, "Amen to that. We've seen too many horrifying things, and at this point, we just wanted to leave. We didn't want to stay here. We didn't want to understand what was going on." As we got around the lake, what seemed odd to me, multiplied by 100, I was right. Those were wires. That wasn't what was weird to me. It was what those really thin wires were holding on to. Bodies. Unmoving, still, frozen human bodies were hanging off those thin threads. These bodies were being hung 10 to 20 feet over the lake and the grassy bankside by wires that stretched into the sky and never ended until the fog consumed them. I wasn't sure what I was feeling, but it wasn't a good feeling at all. As far as Danielle, she was shaking a lot. There was no explanation for this, and it took every fiber of my body not to run. "Miss Cameron?" Danielle asked. I swallowed. Yeah, I see it. I don't know who those people are." Danielle stopped shaking and stepped forward. I reached for her shoulder, but my fingers missed the mark. She kept going to the edge of the lake. Unsure what to do, I could only follow. She looked up into the sky, and her head was on the swivel as it moved with sharp precision. I watched her, and it took me only a few seconds to understand what she was doing. She was looking for her daughter. But her daughter couldn't be here, right? That was me trying to keep myself sane by denying that possibility. But was it so far-fetched? As I looked up, it was clear to me this was as real as it looked. They all looked sort of alive, but the question I was asking myself was whether they were alive. This was insane and dangerous. None of us knew who these people were. A part of me wanted to assume that some sicko did this, but I don't think any human being could pull off this mad design. Where did those wires lead? And what the hell is going on in this town? What great entity was wielding this nightmare over their lives like some dark symphony to their delight? Danielle was creeping closer to the lake. She was lost to the madness of her desire, her only want in life, to find her daughter. She was determined to find her. Something like that wasn't alien to me. The desire to find family? It was something I always wanted. This was why it was a travesty, what was happening to Danielle. The madness within this town. All these strange events that have occurred since morning have tested our patience and my resolve. Yet, she never gave up. Even if the situation didn't exactly look so safe. I swallowed and stepped beside Danielle. My hand grasped hers, and her fingers immediately tightened on mine. She needed strength right now, just as much as I did. She kept looking. Her head went back and forth more frantically. Tears flowed and broke along her round cheeks. Danielle tried to move forward, but I pulled on her arm. She turned back to me, her red eyes communicating a sense of betrayal that I never committed. "Danielle, I don't think your daughter is here," I said. That was not what she wanted to hear, for Danielle's jawline shivered as her eyes became vicious in their searing strike. Danielle shook her head. "No, she has to be. I mean, look at them. If she wasn't found by the police, maybe she would have been here all along." Amazingly, I ended up having to be the voice of reason. If that was the case, then who put these people up? Why didn't the police find this out all along? They're literally right in front of us, and they don't look okay to me. Danielle pulled her arm in a fierce tug, and me with it. I never trusted those cops. And you shouldn't have either. You saw what he turned into, and now you're telling me to leave? Why? You don't want me to expose this? I said. Expose what? We're alone right now. We don't have anybody to go to. If we stay in this town, or we get caught by whatever the hell that Sheriff Carlton was back there, we won't be able to expose anything. We have to get out of here. Danielle frowned, and she shrunk back from the power of my rebuttal. It was not in me to talk with such vigor like I was rebuking her, but I was still looking over my shoulder, back at the factory. If the sheriff was walking at a normal pace, he should be at the factory by now. We didn't have enough time. Danielle glanced up at the wires, then at me before showing a pained expression as she swiftly shot her eyes through the myriad of people hanging by a wire. It made me feel sick to say this, but I felt like it had to be said. Danielle, you have to let her go. Even if she's there, I don't think... Danielle's hand became so tight around mine, it hurt. The rest of the words I couldn't say them. In a way, I didn't need to... I mean, Danielle probably already knew. Danielle shook her head in a fierce shudder. Then she stepped back. She fell and hit the ground. I never let her go, but got pulled with her. Standing over her, watching a big woman who was older than me, crying like a child that wanted their toy back, was disrupting to me. The rustle of leaves made me look to the side. My legs tensed. I glared into the darkness of the bushes and watched as the fog thinned. A squirrel ran out from under a leaf, and a massive weight lifted off me. Danielle's free hand grasped her jaw, and that hand clasped over her twitching lips. Her fingers rubbed her face in a comforting gesture. Tears burst forth with more force, but she swiftly wiped them off as her head dropped in despair. "Please," I said. She closed her eyes and inhaled. I waited as she collected herself, and my chest compressed from the terror that rested between us. The terror that we could not explain. I wished we could, but a part of me didn't want to know if it kept me safer. Danielle raised and blinked her tear-drenched eyes at me. "I'm sorry. I wish..." "Shh, I know. Come on. I'm still here for you," I said. "Yes." She nodded her head and got up. We moved around the lake, and even though Danielle kept looking up, I think she was okay with leaving this dreadful place behind. I was sure her daughter would want to see her live on. This town was dead to us, and I started to agree with what Danielle had said back then. There was nothing left for us here. Interesting noises entered my conscience, and I turned around to see the shaking forms of bushes and shrubs sitting under the shade of the trees. My chest felt the sharp pain of a spiked-up alarm as I pulled Danielle to walk faster. We walked ahead of the waiting branches and leaves as sounds crackled behind us. Danielle looked back and gasped. My eyes widened when I saw the sheriff stomping toward us without hesitation and chill. "Vanessa," Sheriff Carlton called. My heart stopped, and bile rushed up my constricted throat. How the hell did he know my name? Crap. Danielle pulled me out of my shock. We picked up the pace and ran. "Don't run from your duty," the sheriff yelled. What was this madman talking about? Our legs, already exhausted from the exceptional efforts being made to escape Stone Valley, were becoming mush under this pressure. Soon his yells became a mere buzz as we pushed through the forest. My shoes thudded upon the dry mud and displaced stones as we continued toward the fog. Danielle's hand slipped from mine as my foot sunk into the mud, and she ran on without me. I groaned from discomfort, ripped my shoe free of the moist earth, and ran. We got closer and closer to the fog, and as we stepped in, everything went so dark. My lips twitched and my body responded, shutting down in a flurry of horror at our situation. Terror quickly filled my lungs and blocked my voice. I waved my arms forward in a desperate hope to find her. My hands touched nothing. Sweat careened down my face in the rising tempo of my racing heart. "Danielle?" I called. "Ouch! Don't shout off my ear. Damn it, I hear you. Wait." I swallowed. Okay, that was a relief. She was close. Her hand smacked against my wrist. My fingers curled around her hand and gripped it tight. I didn't want to lose her. She was the only person I got. We needed each other more than anything else. Even now, as the fog deepened in its vigor, our feet crushed weak branches and sank into the earth as we walked forward. The fog was starting to thin again, but my heart pounded louder in my head. Some awful energy was consuming my ease. There was something wrong. I could feel it. It pulled at me, and thoughts bounced inside of my head and caused my hands to quake. I fought it and swallowed any ounce of built-up terror to stay positive. Then I bashed into Danielle's back. She was shaking. The tremors of her body reverberated against my skin. I looked over Danielle's head and became stone at what I saw. It was the figure from my dreams, standing tall in the center of a banquet of yellow flowers, wearing long purple robes, rolling over its long arms that bent over its chest and clasped its hands in reverence. My lips twitched and I couldn't muster up the words to even speak. Danielle was pulling on my arm and I was sure she was calling my name, but all of it became nothing more than crackles in my head. "Vanessa," it said. I said, "How the hell do you know my name?" The skin across its face rippled like a water surface as if my question upset it. "I have always known your name, Vanessa. You are one of us, after all." A tremor ran through every part of my body from the words that hit me. I looked at Danielle. Danielle was wide-eyed as she gazed into mine. I couldn't tell what emotions were building within her at the time, but my mind already played this out perfectly. Speaking slowly, I said, "Don't you dare lie to me. Don't you come near me. I don't know you. Even if you come in my dreams, I never knew you." The figure moved its wrist to its face. I stiffened, and even Danielle made one step back in anticipation to run. Its other free hand waved over its wrist. My shoes sunk into the earth. What looked like a watch materialized on its wrist. The wrist spun and revealed the time to me in block numerals, and it was ticking based on the blinking bar in between those numerals. It spoke. "You are late, Vanessa," I said with more anger. "Late to what? Does it look like I care? What is going on? Explain this to me." I wasn't sure if I was angry that we got dragged through this traumatizing event, or if it was because he knew who I was, and maybe I knew who I was. It said, "You already know." My eyes opened, and it was a revealing moment, as what were dreams were no different than any fiction of reality. Danielle said in a whisper, Miss Cameron, please, don't tell me." I didn't want to say to her, for I was too much of a coward to. But when I turned to her, she gasped and pulled away. She let me go, and I saw my skin become as silver as any liquid metal. My eyes widened in shock, and though I feel like that were my eye, did I even have eyes? What was I? My arm straightened and flexed into a straight line. I glanced along its length and saw the reflection of my environment printed onto it. From the image, My face was silver under the darkening clouds of the gathering fog, with no eyes, no nose, and no lips. Whatever joy left my body the moment I saw myself for who I really was. I was one of them. That was always my duty. This was who I was supposed to be. An agent, sent by them to this town. I stood, shocked and befuddled with this new development, but I understood one thing. I wasn't mindless. Either I forgot, or I was not functioning properly. But I'm not going to be a product of my environment or what someone said I was. My fist clenched and I spoke proudly. You're gonna have to keep waiting, because I'm not coming to you ever. I'm Vanessa Cameron, the pharmacist. I'm not whatever you think I am. I am what I want to be. Its head raised as if to look down upon me from its overpowering height.
You assume you have a choice. You didn't choose when you carried all these people to this lake.
My heart, if I ever even had one, dropped down a cliff. No, that was what I was afraid of. It wasn't like I knew I didn't know I was doing this, so I couldn't be liable. That couldn't be me. I don't remember any of that. My head shook fiercely. I already told you no.
You sure about that, Vanessa?
I said. Go to hell. My hand reached for Danielle. Danielle dropped back and shivered in terror. Her face showed a complete breakdown of confidence in me. It struck me like a might of thunder that was debilitating to my bone structure. My legs wobbled as if it was about to fail me. I said, Danielle, listen to me. I was never going to do that to you. Danielle pushed herself away from me until her blouse caught on the branch. She tried to unattach herself. I dropped low and moved to the side of her. Get away from me, she shouted. I froze. It was like the power of her voice sent vibrations through me, for my silver skin rippled from its violence. I shook my head and touched my bosom. You know me, Danielle. I would never harm you. Do I? She tore a hole in her blouse and pushed herself further back. My fingers dropped as I saw the venom in her eyes. Crouching, my bones lost the energy to lift me up. My fingers dropped to the ground, painting the dirt with its lost warmth, bruising my skin and leaving me destitute. Everything in my soul burned, and I lost all motivation to live in that moment. Was this my goal in life? A kidnapper? For what ends? An agent to a conspiracy I couldn't even remember?
Vanessa, come back,
it said. I paused and noted the ripples along my arms. It was falling to the wayside. My confidence, my resolve, my identity, everything fell away, leaving whatever this silver form was, a shell of myself, was what remained. I was alone again, and I hated that. My fingers pulled inward and dug up rocks with the dirt.
Vanessa,
it called. I turned to this figure that had haunted my dreams. Its hand reached out to me. I rubbed my fingers, dropping dirt and smaller stones into sprinkling ash along the ground I trod. My fist tightened into a ball around one rock. Why are you doing this? I asked as I approached.
You already know,
it said. I took the hand of the figure. You're right. Accept my apologies. With a tug, I swung the jagged point of the rock and broke the watch on its wrist. It snarled and stepped back in disgust. I reached out my hand for Danielle. Come on, you only have me. Please, Danielle. She never accepted it, for contempt crossed her face at my offer. Danielle jumped up and ran away from my now closing hand. I was left alone, as was expected. My hand fell to my side. The figure whipped its arm and glared its soulless face at me. I peeked over at the watch and saw the numerals were gone, replaced by the black surface posed over by cracked glass.
See, Vanessa, what did your disobedience get you? You were never going to be accepted amongst them,
it said. Maybe this figure was right, but as I stared at my arm, I remembered how far I'd come. It reverted back to its once alabaster sheen and became fleshy again. My head throbbed as I shook it. What are you doing to me? It said.
Nothing. You'll come back to me eventually. It's inevitable.
I turned around and left the figure standing there. It shouted,
You cannot escape. Everywhere you go, it will always be your fault. You are inevitable.
I didn't want to hear it, and I most definitely was not going to become that, whatever that was. Branches and shrubs were pushed aside as I ran through the forest. I searched for an exit, the light that would save me from this truth. I was willing to accept myself. My destination didn't stop here. I was sure there was something out there for me. I just have to search for it. My home was out there somewhere. That wasn't a mad idea, was it? It didn't make me a fool to believe that I could dream, right? Hey, sci-fi horror fans. It's Teresa. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this story, make sure to give it a thumbs up and leave a comment. And remember, stay cosmic.